I believe this this was a Facebook ad back when I had Facebook. I was scrolling through it one day and there was an ad for this hoodie. That was like a quick run that some company was doing or something, and I was like, "What? That's awesome!" So I got it. I think I got one other. I also got a Doom shirt. That was just like it's just like the cover of Doom, and it says Doom on it, and it's awesome. However, that one like fell apart. But after it fell apart, I went on Bethesda's website, and they had a very, very similar shirt for sale. So I was able to replace it with official merch. The Facebook one I liked a little bit more though, because the Bethesda one is like artificially faded in a way you could say. Like the one that I got from Facebook was black, and the image on it was very vibrant, you know. But the one from Bethesda is like a really it's like a slightly brownish gray color. And then the image that's on it is not, well, it's not very vibrant. But it also feels like it'll last forever, you know, like it's a much higher kind of quality feel in print. And what up, Jiggle Bill? How's it going? So, we just got to Arcades, which is a pretty significant thing in this game, in this story. This is the Empire. And here we go. It's like Star Wars with its dumb little pods flying around. That's really the thing that takes it a little too far for me. As far as like the way that Final Fantasy likes to mix the fantasy setting with like the little sci-fi things, you know? I feel like the little floating pill bugs flying around. I feel like that's it's just a little too much for me. Playing Nuclear Throne. When did that game come out? Because I remember that game being talked about back when indie games were still like first starting to really take off, you know? And it first was starting to be like, wow, look at these cool indie games you can get for so cheap. This game's got hours and hours and hours of content for so for so little money. I remember Nuclear Throne was a big one. I didn't get into that one myself. But kind of the thing is though that I just can't really get into games where you are top down and you control your character with like WASD and then you have a mouse cursor and you shoot in the direction of the mouse cursor. I don't know what it is about my brain, but I just hate that control scheme. And so I've never liked a single game that plays like that. No matter how, like, good the game is, you know? They just released a 60 FPS version. That's actually really cool. That's, like, super cool. Same for you? Yeah, like, games that otherwise I think look pretty cool and I would be interested in playing. Like, Enter the Gungeon, right? Just don't want to play that game because of how it controls. But then you got like Binding of Isaac, which, you know, doesn't do that, right? Because Binding of Isaac has the 4 directional shots that you do with keys, you know, and I think that feels way better. Twin stick in this like with a controller, it's better that way. I think it's better with 2 sticks. But still not my cup of tea. And it's funny too, like Vampire Survivors is a game that like I saw people playing Vampire Survivors and I was like, oh, another one of those, you know? But then someone informed me that you actually don't shoot yourself in that game. You only just move, and all of the firing is automatic. And I was like, really? That sounds like it could have some interesting game design implications. And then it did, and then Vampire Survivors is kind of awesome. Okay, so I think we need to go this way and like... Is this where this... I see. But yeah, I think I gotta take this thing. But yeah, I've always thought that Gungeon looked interesting. Same with Nuclear Throne. And yeah, I'm kind of the same way with Vampire Survivors right now. Is that like I played plenty of that game, and I did pretty much everything at one point, you know. So now I kind of just want to wait for the actual release. You know what's funny though is I had a really similar experience with Crypt of the Necrodancer. Except that game I never actually played after it came out. Crypt of the Necrodancer I thought was awesome, and I played it in early access a ton, you know? And then at some point it was like, okay, well, I guess I'll just wait for release now. And then when it actually came out, I just never played it. But hey, I had a great time with it in early access. It is the hardest platinum of almost any game. I can imagine, because yeah, it's got like that one character where you only have a half a heart and a dagger and you can't fix any of that. Or it's got like, actually the hardest looking thing for me was that there's a character that doubles the rhythm rate. It was named Bolt or something, right? A character that doubles the speed of your inputs. That's fucked. That's like the most fucked up thing I've ever seen. Only those with 9 or more chops may ride this cab, boy. Nothing personal, I assure you. A chop? What's that? Wow, this game just stopped having voice acting. If you like a chop, you pay coin. That's 1,000,000 Jill, thank you. What? That's crazy. Having a spot of... Wait, who's this? Oh, is it this guy again? What was his voice? Having a spot of trouble, are we? I have a message from Master Balthier. He's waiting in Central. He says to come quickly. On this? But we need a chop. What is a chop, anyway? When a boy wants information? That's right. A boy pays. No, I already know what a chop is. We've already talked to the people. You can't scam me just because you can scam fucking moron Vaughn over here. A bit late in the game to be pinching Jill, isn't it? Alright. So, he said to go to Central, and Balthier is there. Wait. Central? I mean, I kind of figured that he would be in one of the shops, you know, that, like, has the chop maker, right? And, I think that would be the general store. And what's up, Rocket Science? I guess, you know, the stores do have signs. Maybe one of them is, maybe one of them is called Central or something. Been working a lot? Gotcha. Well, I hope it's rewarding work. Oh shit, there's a job board here. Dark Steel. Another level 4, huh? It's available. The Homesick Man in Arcades, yeah. Yeah, I hear you. What you been doing in your off time then? Okay, so my holdup right now is that I was told that Balthier is in Central, and I just have no clue what that means. I wonder if I just missed one of the words. Like, they didn't say he's in Central. They said he's in Central Trant or something, you know? Damn, dude. So, you've been working at that shit a lot. And, I'm curious, like, if, how to put this. Oh, took a test and got stuck on something dumb. I see. Because I was going to say, even, oh, right, because you're going for, like a certain cert. Okay, so when's the next time that you'll be able to take the certification test? Gotcha. I see. Well, yeah. I mean, I would say no matter how much you know going in the first time, you know, your second time is going to be way easier, just having some kind of clue as to what to expect, you know what I mean? Where the hell did Balthier go? Maybe I should have paid the money for, you know, maybe I should have paid the money for, wait, what am I doing? For some information? Yeah, so cert tests like these, right? Yeah, it's like a lab test. Okay, let's ask this guy for some information. Goods, yada yada. Common citizens might come by Pinewood Chops enough during their daily lives, but it takes a soldier or some great deed. Okay, yes. Well, what up, Scorf? I'm being held up on the dumbest thing right now, and you know what else I just realized? Shouldn't there be a mark on my map where Balthier is, probably? That would be pretty normal. Maybe he went to Central Uplands. I have to figure something out here. Hang on, sorry. It's 10 in the morning. I need a refresher on what the hell I was told a second ago. I thought was awesome, and yeah, it sure was. Or it's got like actual character that acting. Wait, who's this? Oh, is it this guy again? What was his voice?
Having a spot of trouble, are we?
I've a message from Master Balthier. He's waiting in Central. He says to come quickly. You're telling me that that's 100% of the information I was given?
Balthier. He's waiting in Central. He says to come quickly. On this, but we need a
This is hilarious. What the fuck does Central mean? We talking like, the Aerodome, maybe? Maybe he's in, like, the Aerodome? But yeah, this is a rather silly thing here. Yo, Big Knockers. How's it going? Good to see you. And yeah, rocket science, I don't doubt it. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, no matter how much you know going in the first time, the second time will be way easier. Sounds like jail. All right, let's oh. Yeah. Oh my god, I totally forgot about that, Fuhuo. That was a really cool system. Totally forgot about that. Yeah, I remember Final Fantasy II having some really neat things that brought up the puzzle solving and like puzzle solving, adventuring, going through town kind of stuff. Like how you could use items on like a field, you know, to do certain things. That was cool. And yeah, rocket science, like book 'em, right? Book 'em. Just once in my life, I want to be able to tell someone to book someone else. Balthier, is that you? I want, maybe the people, maybe someone will say something about it. Hello, attendant. Well, this this place is kind of in its own little place here. Speaking of which, what the hell is a docent? Docent. The East Ibelis Company proudly offers passage aboard the leisure craft on which you might stop and enjoy your flight. Okay. Okay. Yeah, dude, Final Fantasy II is a great game, and playing the Final Fantasies in order, Final Fantasy II was a really interesting leap forward for the series, for sure. Wasn't that the one that had an actual 3D map? Like, on the NES, it drew like a 3D globe? Like, that was crazy. And then, yeah, like, using items around town, what they tried to do with the level up system and stuff, like, dude, Final Fantasy II kicked ass. As far as 1 through 9 goes, I do think it's in, like, the lower third, you know, of 1 through 9, but that's because Final Fantasies 1 through 9 is a fucking great, like, incredible series of games, and so, you know, they're all worth playing, and they're all very good. Okay, I'm gonna have to start talking to people here. Do hope the girl found us tickets to the Mummers Farce, and the right number on the right day. She can't be trusted with such things. Go grab Pixel Remaster for 3? Why would that be? A masterpiece, you say? I have not liked what I've seen of any of the Pixel Remasters. But don't listen to me, I'm an uptight douchebag. Yo, ex-soldier. Am I doing anything besides mashing? Yeah, I've been putting this arthritis gel on my hands and wrists. I've been wearing a compression brace and some compression gloves. But most importantly, I have been not playing video games off stream, which is something that I usually don't do. Or which is something that I usually do, you know? I was asked by my mother to buy tickets to the farce, yet I bought too many. Oh, my mother despises waste. I shall be punished for sure. Okay. Oh, but yeah, oh wait, what was I saying a second ago? Yeah, I've been not playing video games off-cast, which has been the hardest thing. It's like, every day, when I'm done with the stream, I go upstairs and I fucking sit on the couch and I just sit there until it's time for bed. It sucks. I can't do anything. I can't play drums, can't play other games. Ugh. I mean, I go for walks and stuff, right? I don't literally just sit there like a vegetable for those many hours. You know, I get up, I go on a walk and that kind of stuff, you know. But yeah, for the most part, like, I'm just not really doing anything. My favorite, battle system or mechanic. So I would say that my single favorite mechanic in any Final Fantasy is probably Materia from Final Fantasy VII. I fucking love the Materia system. It's genius. It's incredible. Materia is the greatest. Well, now that I say that, though, I'm thinking about just, like, the job system in general, though, from, like, Final Fantasy III. Final Fantasy III's just, like, job system might be my favorite mechanic. But my favorite battle system of any Final Fantasy game is Final Fantasy X's battle system. Because 10 was turn-based. 10 was just straight-up turn-based, right? This character goes, then this character gets a turn, then this character gets a turn, and it's based on the character's speed, how many turns they, how often they get their turn, you know? So it's straight-up turn-based, super tactical for that reason, right? But then also 10 had this, like, tag team system, where you have 3 characters that are in battle, but on any one of a character's turns, they can tag out to one of the other characters that's not in right now, and then boom, it's that character's turn right away. Like, it's not just like a Pokemon swap where it takes their turn. And also you have a whole party instead of just one-on-one, like Pokemon, right? But it's like, so it's like on any one of your character's turns, you can tag that character out for one of your other party members. And so all of your character's different abilities are always available to you, you know? Like, oh shit, there's an enemy that I need to steal from, but I don't just always have my thief on my front row, you know? But boom, tag them in steal, you know? Awesome. Or there's an enemy that is super resistant to physical but weak to fire or something. You can just tag your Black Mage in without having to have your Black Mage as one, you know, on as your front line character for every fight. You know what I mean? And I just loved that system, like especially in boss battles and stuff, when like I would want to tag in my White Mage just to like heal and buff everybody, and then tag them back out, you know, for like damage dealing time and that kind of stuff. Like, man, 10's battle system was good. So yeah, I look forward to playing through 10 a second time, and the second time that I play it, I'm gonna play the remastered version that has like the stuff that wasn't in the original US release. Okay. Hang on. What about the map down here? Gotta find some way to sneak inside the Draclor laboratory? Who the fuck got that information? And what the hell is the Draclor laboratory? Okay. The Japanese international version has all of the content as well as English subs. Hey, that's some good info, Rixim. I might actually prefer that. But the remaster I can get on Switch. And it would be nice to play on Switch. Or on PC. Okay, is this... Oh, here's Jules again. Alright, fine. What do you got to say for 2,500? An upstanding citizen of the Empire carries a chop. It's a mark of status sometimes, a writ of transit of others. If you were aiming to go to Central, where the gentry live, I'd like to think you need 9 chops. Oh! So we don't have to find Balthier see, I thought that Balthier was going to be like, here's the deal. Here's how we get chops. Not we need 9 in order to get to Central, where Balthier is. Okay. Do your part on the street, talk to the right people, and we'll earn them. Okay. So, what's interesting is I was talking to people, but none of them seemed like they wanted me to help them. Which kind of makes it seem like you did actually have to pay this guy. What am I doing? I'm crying wares for the armorers. You should have a gander if you ought. When I get enough chops, I'll be riding in one of them cabs. And that'll be the end of this. I'll be sitting pretty up in that place in it. Okay, great. I'm finding this part of the game to be very weird. Just the way that, like, the cutscenes having no voice acting is kind of tripping me out. And having us just, like, run around and talk to NPCs. I don't know, this is one of those places that's, like, a little... Like, the place itself, the environment that we're in looks really good and excellent and amazing, but what we're actually doing here is a little boring. Okay, a new employee of mine broke an instrument on his first day in the lab. I really want to give him some words of encouragement, but I'm so busy. Worry not, I'd tell him. Such things only cost 1,000,000 jill or so. Your concern should be the bigger picture, not such trifling details. I want him to know I'm on his side, you see. Okay. Commit this tale to memory. Words of encouragement. Okay, okay, hang on. Now we're getting somewhere. So where is this guy? An employee of yours in the lab, and you're a senior researcher. Okay. An employee in the lab, which I can sort of only I can only imagine. I mean, this sounds very magic-y. But I'm not sure. Like, what's this place called? Charlotte's Magicery. Wait. Did I lose my words of encouragement? Because I left the area? Hang on, hang on. It wasn't you. Have you seen those chaps running pell-mell about the city? Newcomers are always this way, working up a sweat as they claw their way up the ladder. Have you seen those chaps running pell-mell about the city? You look to be much the situation, as was I long ago. Never fear. You'll get there as I have. Chin up, onwards and upwards and all that. Okay. So we gotta find, like, this guy because he's running around? The eager crier? What am I doing? I'm crying words for the army. Yeah, yada, yada. Okay, relate the tale of working up a sweat. What's that? You heard from some bloke who was in my shoes and now he's made something of himself? That's good to hear. Okay, you look like a newcomer yourself. You ain't got many chops, I bet. Yeah. Wow, these chops, Okay, alright, well, there we go. I was going to say they don't seem to be worth all that much, but I guess it's the sandalwood that's the big deal, they said. Okay, what's the deal with you? Okay, so this guy works at the laboratory. But his thing is that there's plenty to read, no one telling you that you have to do otherwise. Okay, so this guy isn't having any trouble at the laboratory. He just loves reading. I think this is the person that... Okay, how about you? This is the guy that we just got the words from. Okay, how about you? The senior researcher. Oh, okay. So this... So we gotta stay in this tiny little area. So maybe it's this researcher. There we go. Okay, so it's just this guy. The guy is 3 feet away. I need to take these words of encouragement and give them to somebody literally less than 5 walking steps away. Great. Okay. Cool. An enterprise at which I'm employed has fallen on hard times. This month they halved my wages. Halved! And things were going so well. What am I to tell my wife? I don't have the courage to face her. Okay. So now we need to find wife. Hang on. I should probably listen to that, but... The path to stardom is a difficult one to be sure. Okay, hang on. We gotta tell this lady about her husband. Is this... Okay, I was gonna say, it's given me the option, even though it didn't seem like that person was related at all. Okay, hang on. Everybody's walking around so much. Who have I already talked to? You perhaps, perhaps not. That's that guy again. Alright, how about you? I yearn for some jewelry, and one ring in particular, a rare blue diamond. Okay, yes, yes. And here's the husband. Okay, okay, here we go. Now there's a thought I can't believe it never occurred to me before. I've more than enough Jill to buy a piffling diamond. A fine idea. My thanks. Alright, there we go. We did it. Alright. What's up, gal? Couple people down here had things to give to me. Was it you? I've thought a great deal, and I've decided it's time to leave, yet my father was so happy I haven't had the heart to tell him. Truth be told, our research project finished the other day. It was quite a breakthrough. My father worked on it for tens of years. All those years without progress, then I join, and within months it's done, and still I want to leave. However, will I explain this to my father? Don't worry, I'll just go dump it on him like a fucking baseball bat. Just crack him in the back of the head with this information. That's the worried husband, ex-researcher. Is it this ex-researcher? Yes, my daughter. Again, well, I mean, yeah. Hey, she's leaving. What's this, my daughter? No, surely not. My daughter would never say such things in case of mistaken identity, perhaps? The research complete? How many years did I toil finding nothing? That's my girl. Well, if she's finished her work, why stay any longer? Boy, a chop for me, a chop for you. Okay, all right, nice. Excellent, excellent. Oh, wait, this is just the husband. All right, how about you, the faded star? I'm terribly sorry, darling, but I've given up the stage. No more autographs, please. Oh, yeah, just get yourself right in there between our conversation. Oh, you didn't want to... Oh, pardon me. I assumed I was an actress, you see, quite famous in my day. I mistook you for an enthusiast. My apologies. All right, so somebody else probably wants her... Somebody 10 feet away probably wants her autograph. I may not look it, but I'm quite athletic. My family boasts a grand line of gamesmen, known for our skill at work, as well as the games. That said, my brother is overly fond of dusty old tomes. He spends most of his time with his nose in one. Yada... Okay, yeah, we know about the guy who reads. The guy who reads is over here. Hey, bookworm. You know, I was watching Twilight Zone one time, kind of recently. I was watching some old Twilight Zone, you know. And you know the episode where the guy is the last man on Earth? It's like and he's happy that he's the last man on Earth because, you know, then he can just read books. And not have to deal with anybody, but then his glasses break. That episode is really funny because, like, everybody acts like his reading is like he's playing a Game Boy, you know? They're all like the whole lead up to the episode is that this guy loves reading books, you know? And this is in like when was the Twilight Zone made originally? Like the fucking 40s or something, right? And yeah, so this one guy loves reading books. He's always reading books, and everybody's like, "You're just a no-good bookworm," you know? Like everyone's acting like he's like a kid playing a Game Boy. It's funny. That's really the whole story. I kind of dropped the ball on telling that story there. But it's very interesting to see like that idea. The path to stardom is a difficult one. Yada yada, you must know how to act. Okay, yes. Ask a mentor. Yeah, lady, there's someone 20 feet up here boasting about how great of a star she used to be. Her name is Faded Star. You should just... Okay. So how many chops is that? Because I feel like we've done... I feel like we've done quite a bit around here. I don't know if they're actually going to tell us here. But yeah, I think that's everybody. But yeah, I mean, it was a great episode, though. Man, those old Twilight Zones are fantastic. There's like the one where the space team crash lands on this desert planet. And they all kill each other over the water, you know? Like slowly, right? They slowly all like lose trust in each other and start backstabbing each other and start like, you know, and start like picking each other off at like when the others aren't around and that kind of stuff, you know, until there's only one of them left. And then it just turns out that they're in like Nevada or something. Like their spacecraft, it went up and then it came back down and just like crashed in the middle of the Nevada desert. They all killed each other for the water, over the water for nothing. All right, let's give it a moment for our peeps to spawn in, right? All right, what do we got? So you're running around. I have a knack. I'm oft told I have a knack for magics. Of course, I have little coin to buy such things. I should be handling magics, not turnips. Okay. So we need to find someone who's looking for someone with a knack for magic. A knack for being a little abstract. Got too much to do to even give you the stats. A master of disguise. He's dressed like you and walked off with your earnings. Oh, yeah? Well, hang on. We'll come back to that later. Okay, how about you? Oh, to be a judge, to bring order and peace to the world. And that's just in a morning's work. Okay, so that guy wants to be a judge. I'm starting to get in. I'm getting a little bit more into this. It's just too bad that like there's too much text for me to read out loud. You know, that's really the thing. Yeah, I like to read all the text out loud when I'm streaming. You know, but there's just this game tends to be like just a dump of way too much text at once when it gives you some. You know, and a lot of the time it's all meaningless, right? Like how I was complaining where it's like, you know, you can talk to 30 different people that all have nothing to say. But this quest is doing a bit more with it here. A chancellor at the Academy of Magic. There's little need for... Okay, here we go. Applicant numbers are down. Tell them about the person for magic. Here we go. Yo, IHQMD. Couldn't decide what game to play, so you spent 2 days developing a script that picks installed video games at random. Bro, pretty sure there is a website that already does that for you. Now, don't get me wrong. It was probably fun to make the script. You probably had a good time making the script. But I'm pretty sure there is a website where you can like log in with your Steam ID and it just like picks a Steam game for you. I mean, this is only Steam, but still, it's like a Steam raffle or something like that. But you know, I'm sure you had fun. All right, there we go. We got a knack, or we got another chop. I mean to say. Okay, here's the would-be judge. All right. Let's would-be judge. I actually kind of want to do this guy's quest because it sounds a little fun to try to find the guy that looks like that guy. Alright, someone wants to be a judge. We gotta find him. Did you see the mummer at his act? It was truly splendid. Makes me feel the spring maiden again. How would I ever... And yeah, the airships in this area. This was the guy that wanted applicants. Alright. Stuff you develop has exactly the feature set you want. Yeah, exactly. And you wanted something that was local, only picked installed games. Yeah, I think the Steam one does only pick installed games, but again, though, it's only Steam, while you could put some other stuff in there, I'm sure. A trinket from Giza. Alright. Who can help out this judge maker? Oh, they saw it. They spotted the neck. Okay, yes. This was the person that we helped out. My husband was a judge and a fine one at that. Okay, there we go. Alright, now let's find this this look-alike. That's this guy. So, he's a master of disguise. He's dressed like you. Walked off with your earnings. If you don't find him quick, you're ruined. Finished. Okay. Alright, let's find this guy. Oh, I'm not seeing anyone that looks like that guy yet. You're a bit bummed about the reviews of Soul Hackers 2? I wouldn't be too worried about it. The reason being that, like, that kind of game, right, like, that kind of game is not the kind of game that generally reviews well, I don't think. Like, if you're worried about, if you're worried about not wanting to spend money on a game that you're not sure you'll like, watch someone stream it, right? Don't listen to reviews, because unless like you have a long history of agreeing with IGN, but IGN is like, anyone could have written the review. If the review was written by a specific person that you know of and you have agreed with for a long time, then that's something else, right? But otherwise, yeah, I'd say just watch a stream of it and, figure that out. You designed specifically to run on your Steam Deck. Oh, nice. It supports multiple potentially offline Steam libraries, as well as support for ESDE ROM sets. Nice. Alright, let's get going here. Yeah, the Steam Deck looks quite excellent. What up, Danish Dies? Or is it Danish D's? You've not been impressed with the Steam Deck's, like, docking feature? Ah, I see, I see. Ah, so pleased you could join me. Jules had a morsel for us, a light airship used by Draclor researchers just up ahead. We'll take that and go in through the service entrance. Let's make haste, shall we? Okay, okay. Hey, look at this. We've got ourselves an orange crystal. Oh, when the Steam Deck is docked, you can't have it output more than 720p? That's interesting.
The accomplices of the Senate have been quelled, Your Honor. Our forces
Gotcha,
sustained
gotcha.
but light casualties.
You have leave to withdraw. One detachment will remain here to guard Draclaw.
My lord.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
onto us?
It would seem not, though this will make our task more difficult still.
What's, the funny thing about that, Rixim, is that, like, that's kind of how I am on PC anyway, you know? Like, yeah, I'll play, like, Elden Ring when that comes out, you know? But, like, for the most part, when I play PC games, I'm playing, like, a 2D indie game, or just something old, you know? Alright, so what is going on here? I'm terribly sorry, but there's been an emergency. No one is allowed to enter Central at this time. Please come again.
No entry to Central at this time, and refrain from suspicious behavior until things settle down. You know what I mean. Did you see that judge just now? I think I heard him say something about the Senate. It sounded as if something was afoot.
Right, right.
I do wish those soldiers would leave running about to the children. All that clanging of metal, what a cacophony.
Dude, I love that word. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect it, right? Like, you know, my, you know, if I want to play Elden Ring at 1080p, right, that's what my desktop computer does. It'd be nuts if a handheld did that. Certainly took your time getting here, didn't you? Off seeing the sights, perhaps?
Not likely. Do you know how long it took to get the chops to get up here?
What's that? But I gave Jules some chops.
Jules! Tisk. A squad of judges has just been sent to Draclor. You'll find the service entrance a rather difficult proposition, I'm afraid.
You're doing, no doubt. You knew how the Ministry of Law would move, so you had Vaughn out collecting chops until the judges could reinforce Draclor, of course. Tell me, how much did the Ministry pay for word of the prodigal son?
The Ministry? Oh, judges make poor customers, my friend. Too many rules, too many laws. Perhaps you didn't know, Master Balthier, that Draclor is a toy box these days, filled with your Lord Father's conceits. All developed without the Senate's knowledge, of course. Why, not even the Emperor knew the full extent of Dr. Sid's operations. Now, here's the catch. Since Vane himself declared dictator, nary a peep has come out of that laboratory. I know people would sell their own mum for the merest scrap of information about the goings-on inside Draclor.
People like Rosarian sympathizers worried about the Empire's weapons programs, and anyone else who might be opposed to the House Salador hegemony? Hegemony? I've never heard this word before. Okay, hang on. It's time to learn. Hegemony.
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 Really? Leadership or dominance, especially by one country or social group over others.
Hegemony.
There you go, we learned. So, we create a disturbance, and you get your windfall of dirt on Draklor.
And in exchange for your service, I've spoken to a cabbie. When he asks where you want to go, tell him, you know where to go. Simple, no?
Ah, a deal brokered in true Arcades fashion. Why, it's just like old times, Jules. Brings a tear to my eye.
Good to be back, My regards to your Lord Father, Master Famran, with 2 Fs. Or rather, Master Balthier.
Wait. This guy sometimes, he just says nonsense. But yeah, as far as like a follow up to the Switch versus a Steam Deck, yeah, I would agree with the power efficiency thing. Depending on how many years it is out, you know, we could all be surprised. But okay, so something about getting into the Drac lore. I didn't. That was another one of those cutscenes where it's like I had to read it out loud, and they were saying a bunch of fancy words, which kind of made it difficult for me to actually take in what the words were saying. But perhaps they want us to go to chops of pine, chops of sandal, yada yada. You know where to go. Let's go. Okay, so the cabbie thing was the only thing. Gotcha. Oh yeah, dude, I am an old man who I don't think that we need more than 1080p, you know? 1080p is more than enough resolution for me, and if that means 60 FPS over 30, then yeah, like there's not even a question. In fact, I'm insulted that I'm even being offered 4K 30 FPS when 60 FPS 1080p is available.
So, this Jules, is he some old friend of yours, Balthier? You two seemed close.
Close enough for fisticuffs. Driver, faster if you please. I would be loath to expend any of the violence of my present mood on my companions.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
I can get used to 30 FPS if it's like I mean, of course it depends on the game, right? Like FF7, I never minded it.
Come this way.
But something like Bloodborne, I get used to it after like many hours, you know what I mean? But when I first turn the game on, after playing normal stuff, and then it's like, okay, let me play some Bloodborne, and I turn it on and it's 30 FPS, I like want to puke out my eye sockets for the first like 30 minutes, you know? But slowly though, I just get used to it.
It's too quiet.
Passing strange. There are supposed to be guards here.
Maybe you were just lucky, huh?
Maybe you're just optimistic.
Something may be afoot. We proceed with caution.
No time for caution. Step to it. Sid's chambers are on the top level.
All right. Here we go. So we are back at it. Wow, this shield is kind of gaudy. Look at this. This guy's still alive.
You are with him?
All right, what do we got going on here? Large maze-like area. Yeah, the power of PS5 makes me like not excited for games to necessarily look better, like fidelity wise, like resolution wise, but rather just I can finally have the option to play games in 60 FPS now, you know. Oh yeah, they had to resubmit to ESRB one 3D unit longer at a time until they accepted it. But yeah, like the thing that excites me about our current console generation is the option to play games in 60 FPS again. And I hope that it stays that way. And it's not just something at the start of the generation, you know. Alright, select destination. What is this, fucking Shinra headquarters? Gotta make our way up to floor 69. I gotta say, my hands are feeling good today. How do I enjoy farming and the hunts in this game? I'm not sure about farming. I don't know what you mean. But hunts, I thought, have been great. I've really, really enjoyed the hunts. The combo system? Oh, the chain system. The chain system is interesting. I've only really used it incidentally so far. Like, I've not really bothered to purposefully get a big chain. You know, it just happens sometimes. So it's been sort of a non-mechanic for me. Because I haven't really needed to use it. The hunts, though, have been great. This texture on this door, on the other hand, less great.
Stay away from Dr. Sid.
Oh. What have we here?
He's had visitors. One's lacking manners by the look of it.
Someone after the Nethicite?
The Yacht Defour, was it? 6 years, and ever since you got back, this. What madness found you there?
Above us! Drop bulkheads 5 and 8! Be to it!
They found us.
He's earlier visitors, more like. We should lie low for now.
No, we'll use their confusion. We need to find Sid now.
The lab access card. Alright, beautiful. But yeah, I've been liking almost everything about this game, you know. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. But yeah, the battle system, the gambit system, you know, all that stuff. And I think Balthier has quite a good voice. Vaughn's voice, though, oh man.
What's going on? There were soldiers in the laboratory. Has there been an intruder? The bulkheads are functioning. We're safe. The bulkheads, red and blue, are activated alternately. When one opens, the other locks. No one who wasn't intimately familiar with the workings of the laboratory could get through. The guards will find them soon enough. So then who might you be?
I haven't heard Vane speak in a long time. Oh, they're warning me. They're warning me not to save over my file because we can't leave this area. That's not how we roll, though. We are gaming champions around here. Forgot to start the timer until now. And how's it going? Oh, Apple Bread. How's it going? Great to see you. Oh, I forgot to do one thing. There we go. It's gonna look washed out for a second, but really it's just better lighting. Okay. Open the blue bulkheads. That'll close the red ones. Let's go check out the red ones first. Alright. So, red one's open. That gets us access in here. The last PS2 game you bought in a store. Yeah, I wouldn't remember. Oh, wait, you're telling me about Sid? The last manufactured at the site data, yet Dr. Sid is unreachable. Perhaps he's pondering the mysteries of the universe on 70. Hands are actually feeling quite good today. Yeah, I wonder, like, I mean, are you talking like a brand new game that's in cellophane, or does a used game count? But like in a, you know, bought it in a store. I feel like the last PS2 game that I bought in a store used. Gosh, I guess I have no idea. Rule of Rose would have been one of them. Oh, what's up, idiots? Oh, no. Ash, please. What? Do we need to do this? High potion. Okay, what do you got? High potion. Okay, I guess we don't even need to steal from these guys. And yeah, I like Fran's voice also. Like, Fran sounds like she has an accent. Like, she sounds like English isn't her first language, but it's not an accent that's just on Earth. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of fantasy kind of falls into a trope of just having everybody have a British accent, you know? And so, yeah, I like the way that she has an accent, but it's not really an existing one. She even kind of sounds like she struggles with making some of the sounds in English, you know? Which is also, like, very, in-depth. Okay, so that'll reopen the red ones. Because, yeah, like, in this game, like, Balthier, right? Balthier kind of just has, like, the Britishy kind of sounding voice. Fran's voice actress has nudes on Instagram? But nobody look! I have never been on Instagram. Like, I don't have the app. I've never visited the website. If the website if there is a website, or if it's... I don't even know if it's a website or an app, honestly. I mean, I know that there is an app. I'm just saying I don't know if, like, there's a website that you can just go to. Isn't that a weird thing nowadays? That, like, not everything has, like, a website that you can visit, and it's only a phone app, you know? New Gambit, excellent. Just deleted it from your phone, and the thing you missed most is seeing how much Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson eats. Oh, yeah, I mean, when you gotta keep up that kind of physique, you know, you're using a lot of calories. Last name is German, but she's English. That's not too weird. Yeah. In Xenoblade, though, it doesn't sound like American voice actors trying to be fancy, though. It just sounds like, you know, it just sounds like the voice acting was done at in a different place. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes it sounds like, oh, all the voice actors are from this part of the world. You know, like with Xenoblade. But sometimes it sounds like, oh, they're just trying to be fancy, so they're putting a British twinge on what they're saying. You know what I mean? Oh, whoops. Freshen your drink, governor! Let's put another shrimp on the barbie. Alright, we got blues open. I'm so used to stealing. I don't think we got to steal from these guys, though. They just give high potions. Which I think we actually have 99 of. Yeah, we already have 99 high potions anyway. Okay, can't get anywhere with the blues open here.
Chicken chaser.
All right, all right. You know what I just realized? This is very similar now to the opening of the game when you're running around as Rex and you're fighting like Imperial soldiers with Bosch. Whoa! This is also like the beginning of the game. Rats! Actually, what do these things drop? Rat pelt? That might be great. Whoops. Couldn't steal. There we go, there we go. All these rats. This is like, fucking Valley of Defilement in Demon Souls. When you go down that one plank, and there's all the rats down there that plague you. Do they plague you or just poison? I don't remember now. Alright. Stuck in Final Fantasy Tactics where you fight Gafgarian at the execution site. Oh, dude, that is one of the... I think that's one of the hardest battles in the game, no doubt. That fight is tough. Very, very memorable. They infect you with doo-doo blood? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. They scratch you up and then they shit in the cuts. I've never heard anyone say that Final Fantasy Tactics is easy. But yeah, like anything, you know, it depends on how much information you go in with, right? Like, if you know exactly what to do with all of your jobs and job points and stuff, then yeah, you're going to have an easier time. Okay, I'm struggling a little bit here to make sure that I'm visiting everything. Oh boy. Hello, idiots. It always puts you to sleep. I love tactics. Like, I could even go for another tactics playthrough at some point. Oh, there are definitely things in tactics that are overpowered that you get later, yes. Right. No spoilers, but you definitely do get access to some overpowered shit later. Okay, shit. I've kind of lost where I am here. What was this room? This room is also a switchy spot. Okay. So switchy spot there. And then I never... And okay, so switchy spot was there. I came in here. It was just the rat room. And then I never went down here. Yeah. All of the fights in the game are really memorable. Like, if I were to play through the game right now, every single scripted battle, I would be like, oh yeah, this one. Yeah, sounds good, Quats. Okay, so here's another switchy spot. Interesting. I don't really want to miss anything here, but the obscured map makes that kind of hard. Cause like, yeah, we want to get into, if we want to get into this room, we gotta switch. What the fuck? Whoop. Ooh, a judge. Alright, so he's got bravery up. Guess what? Now you've got speed down. Alright, so just a judge in there. But okay, so if we were to switch at the switchy spot that's in here, that would let us get into that other room, as well as that room. Wait, is this the same switchy spot? We can either go down... Oh, I see. So we switched there, which let us get up there, and then around, or we could go down and through this way. Kinda? Okay, I think I'm seeing it. Except there's dudes coming at us somewhere? Okay, here we go. So I think the course of action is to pop in here and switch. This is a pretty neat dungeon. Well. Okay, so this is allowing us in here, which we have not been able to explore yet. Man, the blurred out map in this area is really throwing me off. Seems a little unnecessary when you can just look at your map anyway. But okay, yeah, going across the top, that's very normal. Okay, let's pop in here first, because this is this a smaller thing that we have access to now? Sort of. Red door there. Okay, red doors both. What up, Radium? Good to see ya. Oh, and I gotta... Yeah. Stretch my legs out here. Okay. The witness has something worse? What? I didn't... What? The Witness is a great game. I don't remember The Witness having any kind of map whatsoever, though. Okay, excellent, excellent. I think it was Megalonix was telling me when I was playing System Shock or something that like Bulkhead doesn't make sense in the context it was being used because it like Bulkhead literally just means like steel wall or something. But now this game is using the word bulkhead in like the same way that System Shock 2 used it. So I wonder what the deal is with all that. Maybe it means something different on a submarine. Yeah, I do remember The Witness having like a fuzzy puzzle. That's a very vague memory, though. I don't really remember the puzzle all that much. Just that that was a thing. Yeah, so I suppose the meaning is that it's less of a door and more of a wall that opens. When you refer to what is functionally a door as a bulkhead. Oh, we can go all the way up to 70? Oh, okay. They just skipped the 69th floor, huh? Yeah, that does sound familiar, Gao. Man, that game is good. There's also the puzzle where they're progressively more like warped, like the puzzle is melting, you know? Who's this guy?
My apologies. You bear not the stench of Sid's lackeys.
And you are our earlier visitor.
Yes, a valuable man, one I'd sooner not lose. Yet he knows too much.
A manly man. Okay, I guess that guy is gone now. But cool, there's our heal. And now... we've got the 2 sideways to go that you gotta check first, right? Yeah. What's in here? Hello. A pheasant netsuke. That sounds like perhaps a helmet? Perhaps this? Perhaps this? Improves potency of restorative items such as potions. Oh yeah, that was something that I opted not to purchase when given the option. All right. Let's go. The original multiverse. With all the different Final Fantasies.
Sid, you know Deifacted Nethicite brought down the Leviathan. How can you persist in this folly?
And you've come here to stop me. I'd fain see you try.
Consider your bones, old man. You're outmatched.
Pirate scum of the skies. What brings you here?
Treasure. What else would a pirate want? We'll take the Dusk Shard.
You've come all this way for that trinket. I thought you were above this. What's that? The Princess of Dalmasca come to visit. She's not entirely without merit. A test of sorts for our princess?
You're a babbling fool.
A trial for a Shelia Banargin Dalmasca!
You lust for the stone's power, do you not?
Lend him not your ears, milady. He means to use you.
They always manage to make Sid cool. In every Final Fantasy, he's the coolest character.
Manufactured nethicite, like Bergen.
Sorry, his guns just look really stupid.
How could you fall this far?
I couldn't help but laugh. Okay. Do we keep the shells on for this guy, maybe? Yeah. Alright, so he's got rooks. Probably want to take those out first. A little weird that
Always hiding behind your toys. Pity if anything were to happen to them.
It already did. We took one of them out. Alright, Ash is getting her ass kicked a little bit here. But not too much. Oh yeah, I think we're doing fine here. Like he's doing a lot of damage, don't get me wrong. But you know, he's only got one rook left. I feel we do really need to slow Sid down though. Alright, there we go. We've taken out the ads. And now I'm thinking what we got to do is you steal, and Fran, you dispel, and Balthier, you slow. So he was immune to the slow, I think is what happened there. So let's go Fran, dispel him again. Oh, we silenced him. Perhaps ever too late we silenced him? Oh, damn. So he is silenced, and that's it. Excellent. So as long as this is going on, where he's dispelled and silenced, I think we can just kind of kick the shit out of him. Oh yeah, and let's I forget how to just like cancel current actions. Because I would like to protect myself again, get the protect back on. Oh, I guess he's dead now. I think I forgot to steal from him. I definitely forgot to steal from him. That's too bad.
Vana, you shouldn't have.
This creature. So this is your Vana?
A Shelia Benargan Dalmasca. Just how far will you go for power?
Benargan.
Does your lust for Nethicite consume you?
I stole a knot of rust from each of his rooks.
I am, aren't I? A worthy daughter of the Dynast King. You would do well to go to Giruvegan. Who knows? You may receive a new stone for your trouble.
Your words mean nothing to me!
The reins of history back in the hands of man. I too make for Giruvegan. Give chase if you dare it.
Hate it when he does that.
Mayhaps you think me remiss, the Lady Ash of Dalmasca? The Sky Pirate Rethus, at your employ.
Whoa! Radium? With 5 gift subs?
Powerless to resist House Solidor's brutal purge was dissolved. Vayne Solidor reigned supreme over the Empire.
Okay. The Imperial Senate, powerless to resist House Solidor's brutal purge, was dissolved. So Imperial Senate dissolved. Vayne Solidor reigned supreme over the Empire. Okay. Radium. 5 gift subs. Thank you so much. Means a lot. What up, man? And then, also... Rixim has redeemed Riff out for 3,000 squats. All right. What's next in the story here?
Though this upheaval shook the Imperial Bastion to its foundation, these developments were, to say the least, welcomed by her military. The authoritarian rule of the judges, in tandem with the impending threat of Rosarian invasion, served to foster camaraderie among its ranks. For our part, the resistance mustered strength in the border skies, making ready for the task ahead. A war to decide the doom of Evilis would soon be upon us.
Minin with the first? All right. Hey, magic buddy. Ooh, look at this FMV. This is... the Garland. Watch out, this one will knock you all down.
Squads Flametongue and Ogrenex are away. All ships reporting in. They're breaking to begin ship-to-ship maneuvers against us.
All hands, full ahead flank.
We shall make ready to repel their attacks. Counter-air. Track them as though they were the enemy.
Counter-air, to your stations.
A dispatch from Naldoa Command, Excellency. The Sky Pirate has left Arcadian airspace. He makes for Balfonheim with the Lady Ash and her party.
It is good to know the lady still lives. But what of our bid for the stone?
With the stone or without, our resistance should prove an even match for the Imperial Army. These weeks of training have honed our edge.
I pray 'tis sharp enough.
It's true, Minin, it's true.
They choose to supply the resistance, yet raise not a sword in aid. What city could do this?
A city of men without countries, pirates of the sea and of the sky. Few are they who would fain lay down their lives for a friend, let alone a king.
The Marquis. He is set on war?
The time approaches when he must make his position vis-a-vis the Empire clear. When he helped you off the Leviathan, he spited the judges full sore. He cannot sit in idleness and expect to avoid a reckoning. The Marquis shares my distaste for war. Yet, if it comes to it, he will show no quarter.
For the time being, we will continue to train the Resistance Army. Enough power on our side, and even Vane may see the appeal of the treaty table.
Yet Vane holds the Nethicite. What makes you think he would treat when he holds such power? Power enough to sink the Leviathan.
All the more reason for me to support your infiltration of the capital. You said it yourself. The Nethicite is a powerful weapon. I would have you acquire it for me.
I have not said I would give you the Midlight Shard.
If there is no stone, I would have to look elsewhere for aid.
Then you would ally with Rosaria.
As I must. Failure's not an option.
It's just what Vane wants. He lures the Rosarians and the Resistance to the field, then crushes both with the Nethicite.
I think not. Cid has a stone. We grab it and smash it to pieces with the Sword of Kings. Vane will be left holding nary a thing. Time is short. We follow Sid. He's heading towards Giruvegan.
Giruvegan.
It is told of in a song of my people. On the farthest shores of the river of time, shrouded deep in the roiling mist, the Holy Land sleeps, Giruvegan. Who knows the paths, the way to its doors?
Then you seek the Yogg-Defour, deep within the jungle of Golmore. There is a corner of the Feywood where a mist storm surges and seethes.
Then that's it. Let's go.
Right.
Yeah, we were there a little while ago.
Coming with us? Forget your precious nethicite already?
Sid's words rang hollow to me. I will follow another course.
Ah, another lead then, is it? You're well informed.
I could well say the same to you, pirate.
Hurry it up, or we'll leave without you.
Ah, Vaughn. I've had some of my men check on this Feywood. Best ask what they've found.
Okay. Thanks for the help, brothers.
Fly first, ask questions later. Your apprentice is more pirate than you.
I don't have an apprentice.
Princess Ash, I would hear your heart. If Dr. Sid has spoke the truth, you may well be rewarded with more nethicite in Giruvegan. Tell me, do you still desire the stone?
I desire its power. I want, yet I also fear. I must protect Dalmasca. I can't afford to fear anything.
Do not forget Nabodis. That is my only counsel for you.
So, there was the area in the Feywood that we were already at when I was looking for the Mind Flayer. And it sounds like that's where we're going. Or at least it was mentioned. But first, there's a whole nother ass place for us.
Ah, our guest, if you finish talking with Lord Redis, I suppose you'll be wanting to hear about the Feywood.
Rickon, why must we aid these people? They seek only to further their own ends, and care little for our lord's wants, if at all.
These people? I see only a boy, and it's by Lord Redis' command. If you have concerns...
I've got a nose for ill intent. I'll take the measure of him. Oh wait, that's this guy.
I've got a nose. I'll take the measure of him. Aye, not bad at all. He measures up quite nicely. This one means no harm to Lord Redis.
Measure? You barely measure up to his waist, and that's not counting the parrot.
Yeah, your concerns duly noted. I, for one, plan on following Lord Redis' orders.
Do as you please, but know that no good will come of this.
I apologize. Pay her no mind. Now where was I? Ah, yes. South of the vast Golmore jungle in Kerwin there lies a place known as the Feywood. The mist there is far denser than most, and even should you make it through that, there's no guarantee you'll make it past what lies beyond.
Aye, he speaks of the hidden trial of the Feywood, which must be passed to open the gate to the Holy Land of Giruvegan.
Yes, yes. Okay, so how about what else? I'm sure we'll be fine when we get there. And we'll see if, like, because what level are we now? 47? I think we're still too low of a level to deal with the bats that are in there. Unless, like, maybe we do a bit more with the bats, like, if we could slow them, or just, like, dump powerful magic on them, like, you know, if we get, like, Scathe. Right, that was one of the higher level black magics, you know. Use Quickenings, something like that. But then how high of a level is the Flayer itself going to be? I don't know. If those are just the regular dudes. Lower one foe's defense. That sounds quite good. And then also, I mean, we might as well have everything, right? Have I gotten a bunch more stuff? Yes. Oh, here's the pine wood chops, and you can't sell them. Interesting. And then Nature's Armory. The Crown of Laurels, rubber suit. Whoops. Okay, so, if we pop in here, how does this do for you? The Crown of Laurels. Here it is. Not quite as good as what we already have. And then what was the other thing? The rubber suit. Immune to electricity. That's very interesting. So we can get immunity to electricity. And then also there's armor that just has you always have protect on. That's pretty interesting too. Alright. Couple new techniques is nice. We'll see if we can get some more magic here as well that we probably already have learned. I feel like we did just get new weapons. But hey, I mean, we did an entire dungeon. So let's take a look here. Diamond sword, just like before. Yoichi bow, though. Oh, so that's better than the bow that we... So, diamond sword we already had somehow. But we do have a new bow for Fran. No gun, though. Maybe you have guns. No. What we have is Giant's Helmet and Carabiner, male. Carabiner? Which is 2 and 3, but what about this? Oh, she already has the Platinum on and the Crystal Shield. Okay, okay. Thief's Cap and Ninja Gear sounds kind of dope. Ah, the Gold Hairpin and Gaia gear. Let's just say no for now on this. And then we could use this at least for Ash. And it looks like she can already equip it too. I'm saying no to the equipment stuff because I want to maybe look at the... well, I want to see these stats is kind of the thing. Like, this gives her way more vitality, which is interesting. And that's just a straight defense upgrade. All right. Interesting. Oh, yeah, and then equip, Fran. Instead of Trader's Bow, we got the Yoichi Bow now. And for some reason, this said that it couldn't be equipped in the shop. I wonder why that is. Something to do with the ammo or something, maybe? But okay, so they didn't have a new gun for sale, though. I don't think, at least. Let me make sure. This is Pirate Town. Yeah, no guns. Aha! Another forgotten grimoire. The Sage's Monograph. So, we now get superior loot from elementals. I see, I see. Well, that's all of our money, though. So, actually, I just spent all of my money on equipment. Meaning, if there is new magic to find here, I just priced myself out of it. This game definitely keeps you on your toes monetarily, you know? Like, at this point in a lot of RPGs, I feel like you would just have more money than you know what to do with, you know? And I feel like I've been very proactive in, like, stealing from everything. So it's surprising. Okay, so we've got some more hunts here to take. And I'm just gonna take them all. Even though most of these were nowhere near being able to actually go do. I'm surprised what a gigantic gap there is between the last rank 3 quest that we did and the first rank 4 quest that we have, you know? And then also, if what's not come to think of it, the other thing that's kind of weird is the fact that this is rank 5, but it's only number 6 on the list? Making me think that what if this actually isn't even all that hard? Who knows, though? Maybe it's just down here because it's... Well, no. I was going to say because it's in Rabanastre. I wonder if I should check on this one. I mean, the thing is, like, these two are both rank 5, right? So that's why I went for the Mind Flayer, because it's rank 4. But yeah, the enemies in the area were nutso. Okay, okay. This area is nice and lively. General shop, we got a Gambit shop. What do you got for us? Anything new? Yes! Oh, wow. Wow, a bunch of them, actually. I feel like KO'd ally is something that maybe could have been offered a long time ago. Okay, just gonna buy all these, you know, just like before. So that we've got all the options that we can, you know? All right. Yeah. I do like that, I do like that you get some of them later. Right, to not overwhelm you at the start, and to get you to think of, like, you know, something that you might want to do later, and then when you get the Gambit target for it, you're like, oh yeah, you know, I don't know. Finding them in chests is kind of exciting too, but like, but yeah, I don't know. There sure are a lot of them though, that all of a sudden we can buy. I wonder what Brave and Faith do in this game. Because in Tactics, Brave and Faith affect, like, the likelihood that you will take or Brave affects, like, the likelihood that you'll take reactive actions. And then I think it has some other effects as well. And then, man, I guess I could just sell some of my old weapons that I'm not going to use. That would get me some money back here for sure. Wonder why I can't sell the Mithril Blade. I'm gonna keep those because they're kind of special. Right, like some of these have something a little bit more to them, you know. Ooh, on hit slow? That's pretty cool. Four elfin bows, nice. Okay, actually this is... I had a lot more money laying around in weapons I'm not using than I thought I did. A lot more money. Holy shit. A one-handed axe? That thing's pretty strong. Damn. Oh, maybe we can't sell the Mithril Blade because perhaps it's like, someone's initial equipment. Mage Masher. I don't like... I kind of don't want to sell stuff that that has special effects or elements, you know? Or, like, are only of a certain type of weapon. No real reason. On-hit Protect. On-hit Bravery. Oh, interesting. This is a weapon type that I haven't really been paying attention to. You could have a character gambit out like an ally. Perhaps like an ally that doesn't... Well, I don't know, actually. Oh, wow, we have all of those. We're only missing two. We're only missing a few of these now. We have all of those. Okay. So yeah, here's like where we're missing a lot here. Oh yeah, you talking Final Fantasy IX speedruns? Wow, so yeah, we had a lot of money sitting around in old weapons, so maybe we can actually buy some. Yeah, Kiraja. Nice. Dispelga. Cool. Firaga, Thundaga, Blizzaga, Sleepga. Nice. Alright, I'm quite happy about that. Let's pop over to Fran's license grid here and see, like, is there anything that we just bought that she can't use? Yes. But we can get all of them. So there we go. Boom. She's maxed out on time magic. Maxed out on arcane magic. Maxed out on green magic. Nice. Funny that there's, like, Shelga and Protectga, but there's not, like, a wall spell that just gives both. But there we go. Fran is now, Fran now has all spells available, so that's cool. What are we gonna do with the others here? Oh yeah, I was with Ash just kind of exploring down here. Like, here's Excalibur. And then what's this 235? Zodiac Spear? That sounds pretty intense. But then there's also like a... Oh, wait a second. Look at this icon. This must be the ultimate sword. So we actually don't need to really worry about these other ones. Because they're like spears and shit. Like, here's Spears 5, right? Dragon Whisker is apparently something special enough to be like its own thing. Cool. Okay, so we got like the ultimate sword. And then we got Shields 6. So, then here's the ultimate shield. Interesting. Shell Shield. Apparently I have one of these. Hang on, what the hell is Shell Shield? I'm guessing it just puts shell on you all the time. Oh yeah, here it is. Equip Shell, yeah. Way less blocking, though. Interesting. I guess I could have looked at it without licensing it. This looks like an aerodome. Yeah. Well, alrighty then. You know what? Where are we on the world map right now, actually? Okay. Pretty far away. But yeah, I think it might be time to focus on hunts for another minute here. I'm going back into those mines to see if those bats really are so scary again. And if they are, then I'm gonna try the rank 5 hunt with Sorbet, or finding the Sorbet. Whoops. And then, where the hell does this go? The Sarobi Steppe. Interesting. Because, like, they told us just to go to the Feywood. And we could totally just teleport over there. But I kind of want to see what this place is all about. I'm really glad that this game isn't overdoing it with the side quests, you know? Because as much as this game feels like an MMO, you could so easily imagine half of these NPCs having an exclamation point over their head, and they want you to go get 5 wolf pelts for them, you know? And that would be lame. Instead, we've just got the board that's got the special monsters on it, and each of the special monsters are pretty uniquely interesting quests. And all right, all right. I don't remember what man icon means. Port Villa. Funny how this game doesn't have inns in it because you just get healed by save crystals. It's like, it feels like it's missing from the town, you know? I have a mind to ask them about Redis. What they hope for... Or wait, I have a mind to ask them against Redis what they hope for our town. They like everyone fighting each other. That's just what the Empire wants. Okay, hang on. I really fumbled that one. As far as I'm concerned, you either welcome what Redis has done for us, or you're welcome to leave town. Some people can't leave soon enough. So okay, it's just a house. Is the person icon. Gotcha. Mind if I take your shit? A mega elixir? Interesting. Oh, thanks, Windows. Windows would like you all to know that there is nothing to report. Everything is normal, and we need not be alarmed or to really think anything. And all right, I will be back in a moment here. And once I'm back, I think we're going to run out onto the steps here and see what this place has to offer. So actually, while I'm gone for a minute, have you guys seen the clip show? I haven't updated these clips in a long time, so for those of you who have only met me recently, there's going to be a lot of new stuff in here for you. I'll be right back. I should have moved just a little bit sooner. Oh, the double posture. Oh, 13 is it going by? Did you guys see that? Here comes another one. Whoa. Ooh. Was there seriously a cop in my passenger seat that entire time? That's hilarious.
I'm gonna be a blitzball when I grow up.
Kids are so stupid. Yeah! Oh, we got sub 12. Look at that. Unless it's like onomatopoeia for a bell,
But come on, if you're ringing a bell and you're saying ding-a-ling, everybody knows that you're making a penis joke. Otherwise, you'd say ring-a-ding-ding or ding-a-ling. Shit. All right, we gotta, hang on. We gotta figure out what this diamond is worth. Wait a second. I'm with the ballas. Ryder was secretly working with ballas. That's about all we know. Look at these cops. Look how many cops there are. Holy shit, the boys in blue are all over this place. Okay, but there's a nice car here if I can just get into it. Oh, jeez. You guys ever have that problem where you have to pee so bad that you don't have time to uncoil your penis? So you just have to blast it into the toilet like a party blower? No worries there, I guess. Gordon Freeman with the power of the sixth sense. Wait a second, will Barney run into this? Okay. Yup. Like, why is this column of pixels twice as wide as this column of pixels? Ugh! Why is it like that? It's just terrible. All right. Anyway. 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Is the Hulu working? Yes, it would appear so. Wait a second. Now Skaploony wants to use my Hulu subscription? God damn it. Alright, so here we go. Back to the beginning of the Forgotten Woods. The Stallone voice, I don't know if you guys can necessarily see that I naturally close my eyes halfway and go really with my face. It really helps me do the voice. I'm not saying Stallone is ugly. In fact, I like Sylvester Stallone quite a bit. It just helps me get. Yeah. Sylvester Stallone's great. Let's go. Where? There they are. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Woo! 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 Yeah! Ooh, they're flying! Have you ever seen them go flying like that before? Then also we got Thank you for getting my beard out of my mouth. Okay. Now. There's a little bit left to do.
And trade with your...
Gotta remember to pay our taxes here. Oh. Here it comes. All right. This empties our, or that empties our stance, giving us that. Now we enter calm, giving us this. I think. 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 And now the flurry doesn't quite finish it. Oh, it did because he was vulnerable! It did it because he was vulnerable! Fuck yeah, dude! Oh my god. Holy shit, what an ending. That was gonna I think his attack was gonna kill me. But that flurry, dude. Because I was like, no, he's got 9 health and this only does 6. But oh, shit. I'm 4 for 4, baby. We made it, dude. It's Dracula. Throw the glass. Throw the glass. Yeah. He doesn't give a fuck. Beatrix is like... what the fuck ever, dude? Let's... I was hoping, or I was afraid that this was going to be a pain because of the way that it like has a mind of its own. Oops. Oh no! I got some bad news, Skull Man. Oops. Oh, jeez. Whoa! Whoa! Well, that was the worst thing I've...
There we go. There it is. Wait. Seriously? You're not gonna scroll the screen? Seriously? I'm fucked. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We can mash out of this. We can mash out of this. Come on! Yes! Oh my god, that was hard. That was exhausting.
Alright, so you're way over here now, huh? Like, I'm wishing that there was like a silent... Oh! Whoa! Holy shit! Well, I'm pretty sure he's not getting back up. We're going in, right? We're going in. Full speed, though, to get through the monsters. I couldn't get through the monsters. Oh! Oh, dude! Holy shit, I just kicked his ass! Oh my god! But yeah, anyway, whoa! Did you guys see that fucking trick this bus just pulled? There's apparently a monster right here. Get ready for it. Oh, fuck! It still scared me.
One moment.
She's kidding.
What? No thanks? Music TV. Galleries. Doing goodie-duck.
It's okay, this game is probably just like 6 hours long, and we'll smash through it in one stream. Ah, it's coming back down. Nice. Oh, whoa. Oh, look at that dance. shit. Oh, she's coming. Oh, she's coming. Oh, Lordy Lou. Yeah! Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. I can't over-celebrate. I can't pop off too much. I can't pop off too much because I got a cat sleeping on me. Well, she's not sleeping anymore, but you know. They're coming in. Yup. I guess I'll just shotgun him. No, what? Wait, since when does R1 plus... Oh, I unequipped the shotgun. Jeez. Oh, God. Oh, God, that... I was saved at the last moment. All right, all right. Boy, David Tech is doing real well with this stupid me character. But then he just walked right into the big powered-up smash. Oh, David Tech may have just done himself in there. Oh, it's so close. Oh! Oh! I wanted to go into a black hole because they said that it would teleport me, right? I just didn't think it was going to teleport me into space. Thought it was going to teleport me to a different place. Okay, well, yeah, what the hell is this at least? This game is fucking terrifying. Oh no. Oh, this is just the worst thing to ever happen. Oh, this is just this is just nonsense. I tried to steal that police officer's bike. Oh god, his bike's gonna explode soon because he keeps getting shot by this guy. Oh, I can't wait. I wonder if there it goes. There it goes. Oh, that hit me. Oh, that freed me. It freed me. Let's go. Oh, dude, that fight. I don't know.
Whew. All right, all right. How we doing? How we doing? Sorry, I had to take a bit of an extended break there, but here we go. I'm back. Oh. Mons, thank you for raiding on in. Hello, hello. Hope your stream went well. I read your post on the Discord about some games never end, but I didn't see which game it was that you were referring to. Was it Prey? Is it, for some reason I feel like maybe you've been playing Prey lately? Alright, so let's check out the unknown here. I don't really have a specific reason to be here at this point. So let's find out what the enemies look like and what this place is. Avernum! Okay, right. Yeah. I've seen you play a bit of that. Alright, here we go. So we've got level 40 enemies here. That's pretty... That's somewhat appropriate. And they're like these guys that are shelled, and they're like... And they're weak to ice? They're like plant cats? We want to be seeing a lot of steals here since you know, I sold all my loot, so now we kind of have to like rebuild our pockets full of looty items. So did you finish Avernum today? It was the game never ends. Does that? I mean, it makes it sound like you're far enough into it to maybe be anticipating the ending. Level 39, Bell Wyvern. Let's go. This guy might have one of those twisted incisors or whatever. Firestone. A teleport stone as well. Oh, Storm Crystal. One thing that I'm frequently thinking nowadays while playing this is that we kind of don't need the golden amulet on Ashe anymore. Because, like, what's she gonna buy with her license points? We've got the full swords laid out. We've got the full shields path laid out, you know? Ooh, ensanguined. That sounds fancy. But yeah, we've got so much of this laid out already that, I mean, maybe she can get some heavy armor and stuff. But overall, though, she's the one who I want to have the thief cuffs back on, you know? The other two characters, I don't really care what their accessory is right now. And so having just the gold amulet on them is totally fine. But with Ashe, I want the thief cuffs on her, you know? Wormfire shot. Is that, yeah, fire elemental bullets. Interesting. You know what's funny, though? Having the silent shot, it reminds me of Shin Megami Tensei, where you get, like, you know, you put status ailment bullets in your guns, and then you just get guns that, like, hit all enemies. Like, man, in SMT, it's like, I think it's like the machine gun or something, it just hits all enemies. And so it doesn't even matter how little damage you do, because you put, I think it was nerve bullets or something, make it so that it puts the enemies to sleep. And then it's like, at that point, the game doesn't even have random encounters anymore. Because you just fucking, down the line, just put all the enemies to sleep every turn of every battle. And then your monsters kick the shit out of them while they're sleeping. And that, you know, that works for like 95% of random battles. All right. Again, I'm not exactly sure why I'm out here stealing from these guys. I'm kind of just exploring the new space. What up, Jesse? Okay, have we, oh, we have seen this whole place. Alright, alright. Dun, 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 dun. I wonder... I'm starting to feel like I should have been writing more stuff down in this game. Every time that I don't write shit down in a game, it bites me in the ass. So these things are level 38. But honestly, like, I kind of also want to go back to that Pilgrim's Door, you know, and figure that out. What the hell is this guy? And all these things. This place looks crazy. You never write shit down and you're constantly getting bit in the ass. Oh, look at that guy over there. Oh shit, it did like a kamikaze move. You know, I wonder, being that this is a game that was developed in Japan, do you think that in Japan that move is called kamikaze? Or was that just the localization? Probably just the localization of it. I don't know if Japan is particularly proud of the kamikaze pilots. Level 44, Shield Worm, let's go. Isn't this one of the guys that we fought earlier? For a hunt? Get him. Get him. A ringworm scale. Ringworm, that's what I'm talking about. Uh-oh, all of our protects wore off. See, this is where I really need the ability to stop attacking for a second. Oh, you know what? You know how you do it? You do this. And now all of our characters will regen, re-protect. You know, we'll put all of that shit on. Yeah, that's how you do it. Okay, there we go. So now we all have protect back on. So we got Kiraja, but I'm not quite seeing the need to use it quite yet. You know, like, Kiraga is working just fine for us. Maybe Ash would be the one to use it, though. Nice. Another ringworm scale also. Beautiful. But yeah, look at these things. And sounds good, Mons. Thanks again for the raid. A prime pelt. So yeah, these guys, I don't love their kamikaze move that they do, so I'm going to try using disable on it. See if that works. It looks like it missed, but I don't even know. Maybe I got to pull the camera back like this. Is it, it's time magic, yeah. Because, yeah, I don't think you get, like, mostly it's because I don't think you get experience or LP when they do that. How do you guys feel about games that have MP, but they call it something different from MP? You know, like in Persona, right? Is it SP in Persona? Some games have FP. Like focus points, you know? Some games have PP. I understand. I'll say this. When it comes to Pokemon, I understand PP because it's not MP, right? Every move having its own inventory is different from an MP system, right? So that makes perfect sense. Or like in Dark Souls 3, you've got FP, which casts spells, but it also does like regular, you know, non-magical abilities. So it would make sense that that's not really magic points either. Did he just get Shell and Protect? Yes. So we're just gonna Fran, White Magic, ooh, Dispel. I only just realized that this list is in the order that they're in our inventory. Yo, Derek. Did I make it here early? I mean, yeah, they told us to go to Feywood, but this place is right here, so I decided to explore it a little bit. Oh, right, that's true. Chaos, that like Final Fantasy 1... Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Final Fantasy 1 didn't call it MP, right? Really? Or did it? I don't know. But yeah, that game had... Right, it's like every level of spell had like a shared casts per day. It kind of reminded me of like a spells per day kind of thing. More than MP in Final Fantasy 1. But yeah, so now if we go inventory, abilities, and we auto-sort them, now if we go Fran, White Magic, Kiraja is right here. Beautiful. Because here's one thing I've actually been worried about this entire game, is that I like being able to go down, hit, up, right, to get to steal. It's down, select, up, select, and then it's the top option every time. And this entire time I've been playing this game, I've been a little bit worried that there might be another ability that gets sorted above steal, and that I won't be able to do that anymore if I learn that ability. But I just realized that even if that were to happen, I could manually put steal to the top. Nice. Alright, so what do we got here? Oh, okay. Yeah, Rickson, that's what I just found out. Like, check this out. If we go Technics, Steel is on top. Libra, First Aid. I think if I were to go into inventory here and go to abilities, go to Technics, and I were to go sort. Oh, wait, there's an auto sort. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Auto sort is the only option. So maybe... Oh, wait, no, you just press X on it. So we can like put Libra way down there, so now first aid is second in the list. And now if we go Technics, yeah, Libra's way down there now. So there you go. However, I want them to be in sorted order, though. I actually only just figured that out a second ago, Rixim, because I just bought Kiraja like an hour ago, and when I went into Fran's White Magic, I noticed that it was way down here, and I was like, wait a second, why is Kiraja on the bottom of the list? Oh. Because I haven't sorted my inventory after I bought it like I usually do. But I usually sort it just because I like things sorted, you know, not like in my inventory, not thinking that that was even correlated to the menu. But that's really cool. I like that a lot. It's a great system. You know what I really like is in Persona Q2, that is finally an SMT game that just sorts your fucking spells for you. Because, like, one thing that always drove me nuts in, like, Persona is always having to go to my Personas and, like, reorganize their spells into this order that I want them, you know? And it was really nice that in Q2, they, oh my god, a turtle head, one of these turtles that actually has a head. Kind of. I mean, it doesn't even look like a real head. It looks like just a decoration on the shell, but still. Got him. It's funny that they can still use a move like Stone Gaze when they're silenced. Like, I get it, it's an ability, not magic. But, and that's maybe what, like, Disable is for. Oh, really? I mean, yeah, like, if I had noticed it differently, like if it was coming up that the order was weird, and I hadn't really been bothering to sort my inventory before then, I would complain about it too. If I were under the impression that you couldn't sort them and they were in a dumb order, I would complain. But first I'd investigate. Yeah, well, so you've been able to sort your inventory in Final Fantasy games for a long time. But, like, your control over this list is more, usually it's done somewhat for you. Like in Final Fantasy VII, for example, you just have an option to tell the game what order to put them in. Like, do you want restore, then attack, then indirect? You know, I think are the three types: restore, attack, and indirect. You know, you just tell it which one of those categories to do in what order, and then it sorts them, right? But I do think that in Final Fantasy VIII, you have total control over your spell list. In what order everything is in. I don't know about 9. I don't remember about 9, but yeah, I think 8 gives you individual control. and that thing I was talking about like, you know, restore, indirect, and attack. In 8, those are just like algorithms. I don't know if that's not really the right word, but those are like rules that you can tell it to sort by, but that's a one-time sort. Yeah. I kind of feel like giving this guy a slow. Correct, yeah. In 8, you draw spells from enemies. And then you use them one at a time, you know. Right, they're all like items. In fact, your characters even have like a limited inventory of spells, you know. To where like later in the game when you have a bunch of Fyras and Fyragas, you probably just want to get rid of your fires, you know, because they're just taking up space. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy VIII has a pretty crazy magic and combat system in general, which I really like it for, you know, like it's crazy, but it's very fun. I suppose if we wanted a bunch of money right now, we could, like, chain wolves and get all their quality pelts when they drop them. Again, I don't really have a super good reason for exploring this place so much. Yeah, with GF skills, you can like trade up or down spells and stuff, and you can make a bunch of stuff that's really nice. Like a lot of enemies will drop like magic stones as just a general loot item, and you can forge those items into spells as well, so you don't have to do as much drawing as it originally thinks that you do, you know? Sort of want to have an FF system that mixes 2's level up system and 8 everything else. Imagine the horror. That'd be fucky, wouldn't it? You know what's my dream thing like that I've been talking about? Is I would love to see a Pokemon game that has Final Fantasy X's battle system. So 3-on-3, tag in and out. On any turn, you can tag dudes in and out however you want. The turn order is actually decided by speed, rather than speed only deciding who goes first in each round of 2 turns. You know? All that kind of stuff. It'd be incredible. I don't think I know what SRPG means. But imagine 10's battle system, except it's 3 Pokemon against 3 Pokemon. How great would that be? And not always 3 Pokemon, you know, the wild battles could have like multiple Pokemon in them, maybe even different ones, fight up to 5 guys at once or something like that. Oh, see, I think everyone else in the world just calls that a tactical RPG. That's why it's called Final Fantasy Tactics. Or perhaps because it was called Final Fantasy Tactics, everyone calls it just a tactical RPG. I mean, I might be wrong, I'm just saying, that's what I've always heard. Alright, so do we break our chain to fight this ringworm? Maybe not. Oh wait, but this'll break our chain. Alright, beautiful. I guess I'll fight this bird and then the ringworm also. Why not? So, I'm gonna Cura with Ash here because she can't hit this enemy anyway. But everybody's physical attack goes up if they have full health, so doing that just boosted the attack power of Fran and Balthier. Alright, here we go. Let's give him a slow. Alright, he's silenced. He's slowed. Now let's just steal something from him, damn it. There we go. So he protected and shelled himself, but I think it's too late for him. Actually, I don't know. Like, looking at this, it may have actually been worth it to dispel him at the end there. Alright. This place is kind of huge, isn't it? I am starting to feel that perhaps we should be looking elsewhere. I also wonder, remember the whole Pilgrim's Door thing? I wonder if it's going to end up being the same way that the Ascetics Door was, where it turned out that I also needed a key on top of doing the puzzle. Or perhaps the Pilgrim's Door opens the way and you get the Ascetic's key. Hmm? Whoa, whoa. Oh. She's in the middle of something. Let's not step in there. Wolves named Lobo just makes me think of Lobos Jr. And then it makes me feel bad for fighting them, for hunting them. Oh, shit! The shield worm is upon us. High potion. Alright, let's kick his ass. Ooh, poison on him. Pretty excellent. I think the 3,800 damage that's happening to him, I think that's poison. Someone just did 1,337 damage to him. All right. Oh, that's interesting. I think sap might be like the opposite of regen. Now, of course it is in what it does. Sap drains health while regen makes you regenerate health. But I'm saying the opposite as in like slow versus haste. Because it looked like getting regen cast on me there actually cured the sap. In the same way that hasting somebody who's slow cures the slow and replaces it with haste. So that's interesting. Do we, like, silence him in the middle of that Firaga cast? Because that's great, too. Okay, this time if he does Great Barrier, I'm going to, we're going to dispel him out of it right away. Here it comes. Oh, but he's slowed, so we'll give it a second. Alright, now we'll go White Magic. Dispel. Did we get him, or were we too late? Oh, wow. That was, like, perfect timing. Got him just at the right moment there. All right. Where the hell are we going? Like I'm looking at this and if we check the world map, it's like, oh, is this going to go all the way straight to the uplands? Interesting. Oh no. Oh, they're coming for us. You know, I haven't tried poaching in a while. I can't remember why I deemed it not worth it. Alright, so is this going to be our way into the uplands? Interesting, yeah. Garden of Life's Circle. Ah, sounds good, Jesse. Thanks so much for being here. Sky Trail. Realm of the Elder Dream. Like, I really do want to, more fully explore this place as well. Right, right. Oh, we've got a little thing here. All right. Let's... I just want to look at something real quick down here. I really, really enjoy this aspect of the game, of the adventure, you know. So running through an area like this and just exploring all the different parts, I think is super fun. Alright, I missed. Disable again. I gotta get one of them to not... Oh my god, it just misses. I gotta get one of these guys to not suicide bomb me. Immune? I tell you, what good... What good is this damn, Oh, here he goes. What good is this damn, disable move? All right. So, one funny thing, I've mentioned this a bit, but, when I first started this game, being that, you know, it's easy to make the comparison to an MMO with this game, I kind of was joking, saying, like, you know, what are the odds that by the end of this game I'll have resubscribed to Final Fantasy XIV? But the plot twist that ended up happening was Nicole ended up resubscribing to Final Fantasy XIV. So it goes kind of both ways, where on one hand I'm sort of more pressured to play it now because she's playing it. But on the other hand, perhaps there's enough FF14 in the house right now. Because I kind of, you know, I generally like it a little bit more where, like, when we're relaxing, you know, she's playing 14 on the computer, right? And then I'm, like, sitting on the couch playing 8 or something, you know, and I think that that's fun and cute. All right. Avoid the traps, please. There we go. And then, yeah, we want to kind of hug the north wall here. Because I want to see what this other area is up here. Yeah. Nice. 2 quality pelts. Alright, these quality pelts are going to go a long way to refilling my pockets. And then, yes. We have not gone up here yet. Because part of me, I'm you know, kind of curious if there's, like, another, zone of the world map that this links to that we don't even know about. What if there's a whole optional town for us to get into, you know? Alright, this place is full of these guys again, though. And I think, are these guys that Ash can't hit? Man, I really need that telekinesis technique. Really need that telekinesis technique. So we got a Firestone. So, like, what could we do to this guy? He's weak to water. I tell ya. One thing maybe I should be doing is Ash. Perhaps you should know water. Actually, is there like a Watera? Here, where are you, Fran? There's just water. I guess that's it. Okay, so. Water. Alright, Ash. So even though you're not the strongest mage in the world, this is at least something. Yeah, got him. I do kind of wish there was something of like a repeat last action macro. You know what that is? Cursor memory. But I generally have not... yeah, you know, I haven't really liked cursor memory in this game, but maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to embrace cursor memory, now that I'm far enough in the game and comfortable enough with the battle system. Let's do it. I'm gonna try it. I wonder how much it persists, though. Whoa! Okay, it's already tripping me out. So right now we're on steel. We stole a teleport stone, so now we're gonna go black magic, water. Queue up another one. I don't know if this is necessarily worth it. Because, like, now we've put our sword away. But now, like, that cursor memory is going to persist into right now. Yeah, see, that's the part I don't like. You might be like, well, how else would it do it? But my point, though, is that, like, usually cursor memory is something where it's like every battle starts out in the default position, and then you utilize it in that battle, you know? But because this game, you know, obscures the concept of being in and out of battle, that's what's making cursor memory not my style here. Because now, like, it actually takes me longer... Whoops. It actually takes me longer to switch back to steel from black magic. You know what I mean? Like, I can just do that to steel, right? But if my last cursor position was on something else, then it's not quite so quick. So really what it is we just need to learn telekinesis. Alright. X potion, very nice. I think I just bought a bunch of X potions recently. If I recall correctly. Vodka. That's something you see at concerts every once in a while. People throwing beer onto the band. And not even like in a... and I'm not talking about like in a throwing at them, like a bottling kind of situation. I mean, just people are rowdy. They're like, hey, it's beer, man. You know, it. One of those drunken things where, like, the concept of somebody maybe not wanting to get beer thrown on them is foreign because it's beer and you're drunk. What could be better? Oh, okay, so that's... well, okay, there's like one more kind of little area here. So, alright, why don't we... Wait, what's this, Okay, hang on. What's this exclamation point I'm getting here? I would think that the leveled up version of water would be like Gatorade, you know? They got raided by 30 bots that kept following. What's the point? Yeah, I don't know. That happens. Sometimes you get a bunch of follow bots. I haven't had that happen in forever. But there was a little while there where there were a lot of follow bots that were targeting Final Fantasy VII streams specifically. So that was pretty annoying. But, I mean, it's not that big a deal. Like, I just made it so that, I made a bot command for my mods that just mutes follow alerts for 10 minutes. And that's all, that's it, right? A mod has to type in !mute in the chat. Problem solved, you know? Around here, I was getting an exclamation point. Here it is. Windmill number 9. What the hell is this? Oh.
Have to finish my work. Mustn't upset the master. Number 9 of the lot of 10 is my charge, Kupo.
Oh. Okay. So perhaps there's a guy to talk to here, too? Oh. The Crafts Moogles League has been commissioned to overhaul all 10 of the Sorobi mills. I'll have number 8 up and running again in no time. Oh. Okay. Well, good for you. So number 7 over here, perhaps? Oh, no, wait, 10? Oh, right, they said that there's 10.
Nice to see you again, Kupo. Got us working on the mills this time. I've been working on windmill number 10, Kupo.
Trouble is, I've pretty much finished my work, but the mill still won't start. I can't figure out what's wrong. Oh, yeah? Perhaps there's something for us to do here. I see 2 more windmills there. 3 more there. So that's 8 of them. Hang on, now suddenly I feel we have to talk to every one of these Moogles. Let's make it quick. Wow, you can actually see them from here. Yes, it does, MC. I have it specifically set to pause when I'm in a menu. That's just, you know, exactly what you would expect. Do you want battle mode on wait or active? Get them pelts. Yeah. Yeah, like, you know, when I play games like this casually, or you know, first time playthrough, casual playthrough, I'm always on ATB wait. Okay, to talk to these Moogles, I might need to take care of a couple monsters here. The salt in the air has made a mess of these mills. We've got to service all 10 on the step. I'm working on number 7, Kupo. We're racing to see who can finish the work on their windmill first, Kupo. I'm going to have number 6 up and running before the rest. Okay. Good job. Excellent. Let's get down to those other 3 windmills, as well as the room that we haven't been in yet. Maybe see if there's a big payoff to all this. Oh? Oh, I missed this also. Okay. Actually, let's go see these 2 windmills first. since they are now the closest. The hell is this? An elemental? An Undine Entite? Undine Entite. What the fuck? You know what? Oh wait, there's a bunch more enemies around. I kind of want to kick its ass. I'm gonna kick its ass. I think we might want Shell back on for this. For just a moment here, you know? So here we go. Boom, get this guy. Now everybody shells themselves. Alright, we're all shelled up. Here's this guy. Alright, he put Protect on himself. Alright, check this out. First, Steal. Dispel. Oh no. Okay, so those two got silenced. So I'm just gonna have them fix it themselves. We'll say Echo Herbs. Echo Herbs. Alright, there we go. And now we're all shelled. So the Waterga should not be too much of an issue. Oh man, it's silencing again though. Because now I'm thinking, Fran, you should be doing like some big ass fire spells here. So fire damage to all foes in range. Yeah. Give this guy a Firaga. And now you, please re-shell Ash. Oh boy, we've got a big dumb monster in here now. Okay, the re-shell on Ash did not work because of that business. What are you weak to? Oh no, we don't even have Libra on anymore. Alright, you keep hitting this guy with the Firaga, though. Yeah. That's what we need. Get him again. Oh, yeah. Oh, shoot. This might even be one of those times where we would want, like, to use one of our Espers, you know? Okay, this is fine. We'll just go... Oh, what the hell is he immune to? Oh, probably the silence from the shot. Okay, so let's go Alarm Clock, Ash, Fran, Firaga again. Hang on, Kiraga's happening, right? No? Why did Kiraga just sit there blinking for 10 minutes? Okay, hang on a moment. Let's go, actually, you know what we gotta do is this. And now everybody will kind of redo their regular actions, like hasting, protecting, shelling. Oh, but everybody's getting... Everybody just got silenced? Fuck, dude, silence is so annoying in this game. Okay. Alright, we are now... Alright, they're doing the cures that are required. We got hastes. Shells are happening now. Ash, cast the shell! What the fuck? Okay. Now that we're done with that... Okay, everybody's back up now. Continue Firaga-ing. Did this thing somehow make itself immune to fire? I think that may have happened. Because, like, every time that I've been trying to cast Firaga, I feel like it's been not working lately. But this thing's almost dead. Have I stolen from it? It has nothing to steal. Okay. Not surprising. What up, Kit Kat? Oh my god, please die. We did it. We got it. Okay. Well, that was fun. Oh, you know what? We can put it on the board. We can get these shells off. Parry? Ay, these guys. You know what I'm going to try this time, actually? To make it so that it doesn't, do its big kamikaze move. Let's wait for Fran and Balthier to kind of take it down a little bit further, right? There we go. And, you know, this might not work because it might just be considered, you know, something that I can't do with a sword. But let's try to poach. Yeah, see, the poach also just misses. But this thing is, it's weak to... It's weird to me that it's weak to earth for some reason. Because you would think that earth just wouldn't affect it. Like, there's got to be something else that I can be doing here, right? Wait, this is of their max HP? What if we cast gravity on it now that it's under, you know, 25%? It missed! Oh no, we got him! Oh wow, okay, so the gravity spell there totally worked. So once it was under a 4th HP, we just gravitied it. In fact, you could even set that up as a gambit. I haven't been using much gravity. But, like, look at this guy over here. What up, Glaz? Not these gravity spells. So, like, an enemy like this, I kind of wonder, yo, Fran, what if you grab-a-good this guy? I mean, there is a lot of stuff, you know, that we could be doing that's like crazy magic. Let's try a grab-a-ga. It missed. It cost a lot of MP and missed, which is basically what I was expecting. But I mean, what else does she have, though? We have a bunch of crazy shit, right? Like, banish all foes in range. There's stuff like that. Okay, so he's doing Greater Barrier. So let's dispel that. Dumbass. But yeah, as long as gravity doesn't miss all the time, I think that that's probably the best way to deal with those guys. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick, though. I'll be right back. Okay, okay. So off we go. This is kind of the reason I came here, was to talk to these windmill moogles. All right, what do you got? Oh, oh, oh. There we go. Please, please, I have work to do. We have to get all 10 windmills in good order. I'm in charge of number 5 here. I mean, I don't really know what I'm expecting talking to all of them. But we'll see. It seems like the most obvious thing to try doing. We might find someone, though, that's like, I need you to go talk to all 10 of them starting right now, you know, and we'll see. Okay, so now Fran, give me a gravity on this guy. Yeah. Cool. So we found a solution. How have you been, Kupo? We're servicing the windmills of the Sorobi Steppe. This is number 4 of the 10 of the finest mills you ever did see, Kupo. Okay, great. So then that goes down there to those other 3. I'd like to fill out the map, but I don't necessarily want to fight a bunch more dudes. We're just getting blasted. But here, let me just move a little bit here. Oh, okay, yeah, go for it. And now, Fran, you're gonna need to stona yourself. Wow, barely made it. All right, water moat there, and is that this whole area then? Yes. Yes. Do I like RPGs where each character learns unique skills? Or do you like when anybody can learn anything? My favorite thing is when, there's a job system where any character can be any job, but you do kind of end up with a specialization on each character. You know what I mean? I kind of like that the most. So, like, anybody can learn anything, but you do need to kind of get into some specificity that you choose. You know what I mean? Love job systems. Oh man, we are rocking this guy's world. I want to try the Graviga again. I really want this to work. Ah, it missed again. Okay, well, just a regular gravity shouldn't miss, right? Yeah. Oh, wait a second. It did quad 9s. So damage maxes out at quad 9s in this game, apparently. And, you know, maybe there's a whole thing about breaking the damage cap like has been in previous Final Fantasies, but for now, that's interesting. So, what's kind of funny about that is that means you could set up a gambit that's like an enemy that has more than... Oh, I guess 10,000 is the only option here. Because I was gonna say, if you could set it up to an option or to an enemy that has 40,000 health or more, right? Enemy with 40,000 health or more, then you could set it to just spam gravity, because it's quad 9's damage for 14 MP each, you know? I mean, that's assuming the enemy isn't immune or whatever to gravity. Also, just a random thought, regen in this game is very weird. Like, I saw one of Fran's regen ticks there only regenerated 1 HP. But, like, you know, you gotta have it, though. Oh. Oh. Alright, Fran. White Magic. Stona. Ash. Actually, Ash could probably Stona herself. Like, actually, if we go to her license grid, I mean, I feel like Ash should definitely have good white magic. Oh, she does. Yeah. Learn the other stuff. I don't think so. If you look at if you look at the regen ticks and you pay attention, they each heal a random amount of HP. I found the area that Mind Flayer is probably in, but it was full of scary, like, level 60 bats. So I didn't get very far in the area, but I might go back there today. A Craftsmoogle's leave has been called in to service all 10 of the windmills in the steppe. This is the number 1. Okay, there we go. Hello again. Got us working on the windmills now. I'm in charge of number 2 here. We split the 10 mills up among the league. Uh-huh. Yep, all 10 of them just tell me the exact same thing. I know. Okay, but I've talked to all 10 of them now, so... There we go. Okay, I talked to all 10 of them. Alright, well, we did it. Okay. Now, I got some things to think about here. First of all, I want to go back up there. So get me in flee mode and get me the fuck back up there. Oh, yeah. I attempted to fight the bats, and then they were biting Ash for like 1,500 damage protected. You know, and I was like, alright, we're out of here. We were 5 feet away from the exit and still barely made it out alive. I don't recognize this place, really. I mean, I kinda do. Okay, I want the exit that goes to the save crystal. Unfortunately, you have to... Oh my god, I did it wrong. That's why this place seems so strange, is I went to the wrong exit. Alright, here we go. right down here. We've got ourselves a save crystal. So everyone buff up. And then I'm going to run back up to the uplands, you know? Kind of fill that area in a little bit more. And see if I can conjure up a hypothesis about that Pilgrim's Door. But hey, we did it. We talked to all 10 windmill Moogles. And, you know, if somebody has anything to say about them, maybe it's somebody back at the village. Or, whoa! Or maybe they'll have something to do with the hunts. You know. You know what? These guys don't take long to fight. And they drop quality pelts. Oh! 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 Who dare? Oh, no. See, guys like this I kind of wanted to avoid. So let's at least get a steal from it while we're waiting for these other two to chip its health down here. Ooh, the poison is good. Alright, alright. Get it, get it, get it. Whoa! It kamikazed at like 50% health. Alright, well, wasn't expecting that. Honestly, the moment that thing attacked, I should have just gone into flee and left. Yeah. Prime pelt. See, that's what I'm even more excited about as far as selling goes. Okay. Stona yourself. There we go. To the uplands. Man, PS1 and PS2 are both so funny. Where, like, the more PS1 you play, you're like, damn, this really is the best console of all time, huh? But then the more PS2 you play, you're like, man, they really outdid that PS1 with that PS2, didn't they? It's crazy how both of these systems are so good. Well, that's mostly what I'm judging it on, is based on the game library, you know? That's the most important thing. All right. Yeah, I did. That's the first time I've ever heard of that happening, where a company actually raises the price of a system. But I guess it's just this whole chip shortage that we've been hearing about for 4 years, right? I don't know. I guess that, you know, the thing is too, like, the thing that bugs me about it, sort of, now that I think about it, is that that's sort of a cue for all the scalpers to raise their prices as well, you know? Like, even though the price of PS5s didn't go up in the US, I bet the price of a scalped PS5 did, you know? Alright, what do we got up here? But yeah, crazy. First time I've ever heard of that. Oh, this is 2 ways to go. Okay. Hang on. Did we explore this whole room? Yes. So I think we can pop over this way here. I'm really liking this this gambit system for just, like, you know, keeping the buffs up. I think that it's a nice system for this, right? Is just to have your protect, your haste, your libra, you know, have all that just on gambits. Other than that, I really only care to just have the other 2 party members just focus fire whoever Ash is fighting. And it works quite nicely. The only awkward thing about it is that if Ash is ever caused to not attack for a minute, you know, because I have to have her cast white magic or something, then the other 2 party members don't attack anything for that short amount of time. But for that reason, I just usually don't do that with Ash. But yeah, Chaos, I would generally agree that, like, that generation of games, I mean, I think that a big thing that happened was Gears of War came out, right? And then every other company, it seemed like that became, like, the de facto video game, you know? Your third-person cover-based shooter just became what every game was. Oh, okay, let's let Fran attack. And then go gravity. I guess I really didn't need to do the gravity there. But, you know, when Ash can't attack something, it must be done. But yeah, I mean, like, there's so many of those third-person cover-based shooters that you guys probably have completely forgotten about, you know? Remember Fracture? Remember that game Fracture? No? Remember that game, Starhawk? Do you remember that there was a sequel to Warhawk on PS3 called Starhawk? What kind of game was it? You know, third person Third-person cover-based shooter? And, you know, a big part of it, too, that I feel like, is that, like, just with my taste in games, right, I just very much tend to prefer Japanese-developed games over, like, Western studio-developed games in general. And I think that's kind of a thing, is that PS3, the PS3 generation is kind of that generation where Western developers really started to take off and really started to gain favor in the market, you know? That's when, like, Call of Duty exploded and became the most popular thing ever. You know, Mass Effect was huge. As well as, like, Dragon Age, you know. Like, all that, all that, like, big Western studio stuff started to take off, and then Japanese games started to lose a lot of favor in the market, and that's when you started having, you know, and then when this was noticed, like, right, like, this kind of thing was noticed pretty soon, and that's when you have stuff like, you know, Keiji Inafune saying, like, oh, man, Japanese developers really gotta fucking step it up, because nobody's playing our games anymore. And Phil Fish said kind of the same thing, and everyone got mad at him. Yeah, yeah. You know, I would agree that the idea to reboot Devil May Cry may have been a bad idea. However, I think that the Devil May Cry reboot is an awesome game, and I like it a lot. The idea was bad. The execution was pretty great. And yeah. All right. You know, I think my hands have been feeling quite good today. I might be able to get some of that elevator video edited. Yeah, installing data, searching for updates. No, absolutely, Chaos. That is why when people ask me, like, where do I draw the line as to what is retro and what's not, you know, I kind of have a weird answer of, like, my idea of a retro game is that you put it in the system and you play it. You know what I mean? And so things like big installs and patch downloads and a super slow, clunky interface and all that kind of stuff is very not retro, you know? Meanwhile, a PS2, you put the disc in, you hit the power button, and it boots the game. Now, of course, right, so that's the deal, Glaz. That's the deal, is that PC, like, PC is a totally different beast, right? PC is a totally different beast that does not play by the same rules as console games, and never has. Like, PC, oddly enough, became more simple. Like playing PC games has become easier and easier as time has gone, you know? Nope. Blind enough. Poisana. Sometimes I feel like I'm saying Italian words when I cast white magic spells. A blindna. A poisana. That was just to make Glaz mad. What? I casted the stone. Oh, Sylvester Stallone will no longer be married. You know, I didn't know. I did not know that Sylvester Stallone was married in the first place. Some spells have different names because otherwise it's just a word in Italian. That's funny. Yeah, I didn't even know that Sylvester Stallone was married. You know, it's sort of none of my business. The hell do I care? I was... Oh god. I drank my water wrong. Oh. Oh boy. All right. There we go. That helped quite a bit. Right, Chaos, exactly. And to me, that is what makes a retro game, you know? The idea that when you buy a game, the game that you bought is actually on the medium that you are holding. You know what I mean? Final Fantasy XII is a disc. Guess what? The video game Final Fantasy XII is actually written on that disc. And so you put that disc into your system, and the game reads the game from the disc, and it boots it. Right? That is a fucking retro video game. It doesn't have to rip a bunch of the game and install it onto a hard drive. It doesn't have to call home to fucking download a patch. It doesn't have to link to a server to make sure that I own the game and whether I'm still allowed to play it. It doesn't fucking send data to Square Enix about every one of the inputs that I put in the game. Oh, I know, Marcus. I am aware. I'm not even necessarily all that against installations in the first place. I'm just saying it's not retro. And of course, none of what I say relates to PC. PC, different beast. What up, Blink? How's it going? Good to see you. Thank you for staying subscribed. That is correct, Glaz. There are non-retro games on the PS2, that means. You know, if you want to take my words completely literally and not have any kind of, like, nuance to it whatsoever, then yes, that would be the case. But for the most part, sort of what my point is that I think that the PS2 is a retro console because that's what you can generally expect from games on the PS2. The PS3 is not a retro console because even though there are some games that don't install or don't have patches or whatever, it's not what you would reasonably expect from the average PS3 game. Thus, the PS3 is not a retro console. You know what I mean? Does this make sense? The Wii, even though the Wii came out like 2 days after the PS3, the Wii is a retro console. Because you would reasonably expect that you just put a game into it and you play it. So it doesn't really have to do with time, right? It has to do with the, to me it has more to do with the, I guess what's even the word here that I'm looking for? Just the style, you know? All right. Man, what is all this? There's like a little waterfall here. Look at this little waterfall. Looks great. When the next form of media is the norm, will PS3 be retro? I mean, totally. Like, if at some point, like, let's just say streaming games becomes actually what you do, where you never buy a game, you never download a game, games are, like, actually just streamed to you always, right? Let's say that that's the future. Then, yeah, you would look at a shelf of PS5 games and, you know, and be like, wow, you actually you have a disc with a game on it. That's pretty retro. You were running to the toilet due to instant poop danger. What was said? I can't just rewind my brain 30 seconds. It's gone. Oh, is it what was my response to your question about Final Fantasy XI on PS2 being not retro? What I was saying is that, like, yeah, you might say that if you want to have zero nuance to what I'm saying, then sure, fine. But more, it's the idea that because that's not what, because the regular expectation of a PS2 game is that it is, you know, just on the disc, no installation, no online, no patches, right? The expectation of a PS2 game is that, then the PS2 itself is a retro console. As opposed to the PS3, where the expectation is to have to install a game, to have to download a patch, and that it might have some online functionality. Meanwhile, the Wii, even though it was released after the PS3, technically, right? It was like 2 days after. Point is, the Wii came out the same week as the PS3, and that, I would say, is a retro console because of the expectation, because of the implication. When I was a kid, I tried to, I bought a network adapter for the PS2 so that I could play Tony Hawk, so I could play Tony Hawk online. But I was on dial-up internet at the time, and even though I had, like, you know, even though I had it all hooked up, well, I thought I had it all hooked up. You know, I don't know. I was too young. I don't exactly remember how I tried to hook it up or whether it made any sense whatsoever. But I think I tried to get it hooked up, you know. I thought I did it right. But anyway, here's the point, right? here's the point. Is I got this error message when I played it that like it was failing to connect to the master server or something like that, right? I just got like some generic message. And so I called Neversoft or Activision or whoever. I called like the support line that was in the manual for the game. And they were just like, yeah, I've never heard of that issue before. See ya. Right? Like that was it. That was the entire thing. Was I called, I explained the problem, and they were like, wow, I've never heard of that before. Sucks. And that was it. The good old days, man. The fucking good old days. Nowadays, you would just get an automated email that would tell you to unplug your system and plug it back in. And then you could never get out of the loop of it just automated email telling you that. I got to talk to a human and tell them that they didn't know what to do, or tell me that they didn't know what to do. Okay. Oh, I see, Glaz. Yeah, I never heard about any of that. I don't know which Tony Hawk game it was. I mean, there was more than one Tony Hawk game that went online, wasn't there? Maybe? I guess I don't know. And yeah, as far as patching games goes on PC, what I was saying earlier is, isn't it funny the way that PC gaming has become simpler as time goes on, as opposed to console gaming, which keeps getting more complicated, you know? But PC gaming, it's like you used to have to, you know, install a game with a disc on the drive, or in the drive, you know. And then you'd have to download a patch from like a shady mirror site. You'd have to like read a flow chart, right? You'd have to read a flow chart about like okay, if you're on this patch version, then you have to install this patch first, and then you can download this other patch and install that one. You know, that kind of stuff, right? Port forwarding, yep, all that kind of stuff. Nowadays, you just buy the game on Steam, it downloads the latest patch version of the game and installs it all at the same time. It's also extremely easy for developers to build new patches over Steam. And it's like instant for them to be able to upload them. Like I've got a buddy who has a game on Steam, and he says it's like the easiest thing in the world. You just upload the new build to Steam. Steam figures out what it needs to, you know, compile for a patch. And boom, it's done. You don't have to get it approved by anyone or anything, you know. You just upload the new one and there you go. Meanwhile, with, you know, Nintendo and Sony and stuff, to get a patch on a game on PlayStation, right, it has to go through, like, this whole fucking process, and it costs money, and, you know. And that's the kind of stuff where it's like, you know, there was a little while where I feel like people were being really shitty about Steam for a while. Like, oh, Steam takes too much of a cut, and so we're gonna make Epic Game Store, and, you know, all this kind of stuff, right? But from what I've heard of people who actually have games that are released, Steam is so goddamn much more easy to work with that their cut that they take is perfectly reasonable. Okay. One thing though, as far as what's tricky about Steam though, I mean, I'm not saying Steam is perfect, and one big problem with Steam is the trading card system. Really, it all comes down to the trading card system, and the fact that the trading card system like encourages developers to just literally just make shovelware. Just shovel games onto Steam that all generate playing cards and are thus profitable to make, you know? Because they're the dumbest, shittiest little games ever that no one will buy. But because of the trading card system, they can be like technically weirdly profitable. And thus you have, that's why you have 1,000 games released a day on Steam that no one will ever buy or play or talk about. And so when you have a game that someone took 5 years to make, and you know, and they have to go through a ton of work and advertising and stuff to get it noticed, you know. But hey, I mean, that's kind of the thing is if your game is very, very good, and you get it into the hands of the right people, right, then hopefully word of mouth does plenty. But, I mean, some advertising will definitely help you. Is Greenlight still a thing? I feel like Greenlight isn't a thing anymore. Isn't there, or did they not end up replacing it? I feel like I remember them talking about some other thing called like Steam Direct or something like that. Dude, I love that we have magic evasion now. Yeah, yeah. And it costs, I think there's like a cost now. Like $300 or something, right? To publish a game, I feel like. Which actually, that actually helps the issue a lot. What I was saying earlier about like shoveling out games just to generate trading cards, that isn't an issue if you have to pay a few $100s for every game that you publish, you know? So it's kind of a weird, very hands-off curation process, you could say. But who knows? Like maybe yeah, I don't really know how that stuff works. All right, we are just chilling here, you know. Oh, he's bad breathing again. All right, nice. Just chilling, exploring this place. Yeah, I mean, so the thing about that, though, is that, like, if Valve was making games, would there be a Steam Deck? And, like, the Steam Deck is pretty fucking cool looking, so, you know. Oh. Oh, all right. Like, I actually think it's, like, a really neat thing that a game developer at one point went on to instead decide that they want to develop a bunch of tools to, like, improve the video game industry as a whole as much as they can, you know? With, like, you know, I say that because, like, Steam originally was a huge upgrade for PC gaming in general because of how much simpler it made it. But then since then, they've done other stuff with Steam, like, you know, making more games work on Linux, or making more controller styles work, or, you know, they tried to make a nice couch solution for PC gaming with the Steam controller, you know? Like, they're trying to take problems with the industry and engineer solutions to them, you know, which I think is I think it's sick, honestly, that, like, that they've kind of upgraded to that. That said, Valve sure did make some good video games, didn't they? And it is a little sad that we don't really get Valve games anymore. Realm of the Elder Dream. I gotta run to the restroom again real quick. Drinking a lot of water today. I felt a little dehydrated yesterday. Oh, okay, okay. Finish off that coffee. Plug back in here. Yeah, right, Marcus. Like, I kind of feel like, when Team Fortress 2 first came out, and it was just an online multiplayer first-person shooter, there were no unlocks, there were no crates. I loved that game. I played that game for hours and hours and hours. My friends and I played that game until like 6 a.m. Or, well, not 6. We would play the game until like midnight every day. And then I had to be up at 6 to go to school, you know? But like every day we would be on you know, we would be on Team Fortress 2, you know, until midnight, from after school to midnight, you know, and just loved it. But yeah, totally. But now there's like there's loot boxes, there's hats. Every different character has like a million different weapons that they can have, and you can't recognize them as easily because they've all got silly hats on. Half your team is just idling, you know, so that they can get more loot boxes, right? Like, yeah, like TF2 is just, it's a fucking disaster nowadays. And I tell you, I miss the good old days. There's probably a popular private vanilla server for it, you know. But yeah, that's my TF2 story. Oh yeah, I had you know that game Blood? I had that on a USB drive that I would play on the school computers. So I wish you could see my mouse cursor here. So instead, I'm gonna do this. Well, actually not. Take a listen to this, take a listen to this theory of mine. Hang on. Here it is. From the heart, look north to heaven. From the heart, step south to earth. Walk in time's footfalls to open the way. Do you see on the bottom of this room, there's like a heart shape? I'm kind of starting to look at that. Maybe that's what the heart of time is. That's what I'm thinking. Okay. We have to go all the way up there now, though. This is a long run. I've done quite a bit of just running around, basically doing nothing. Let's get back to this little puzzle here for a minute. Yeah, the heart I'm talking about is like there's like this diamond with the plus in it. On the bottom point of that, just under that, the negative space is like a heart. Maybe that's what they're talking about. But no confirmation. If you know the answer to that puzzle, no confirmation. Because otherwise you'll ruin the moment. Oh yeah. All right, this is the way, right? Yeah, yeah. All right, let's go. Faster, faster. Man, this game is fucking sweet. Actually, what way are we going now? Okay. Oh no! Oh, okay. We're not slept anymore. All right, here we go. Let's see. We got to go take off the silence. Take off the blind. Okay, okay. So still though, so I have the idea of what the heart is, but the idea of look north and step south is kind of weird still. It sounds obvious enough, but you can't step directly south. Oh. I'm not sure if you get duplicates of gambits. From chests and stuff. Oh boy. Alright, alright. So, did you guys hear that there's going to be a Final Fantasy VII race coming up soon? Like a big no-slots race between a bunch of runners? You did. Tell you more, though. Right now, the roster is looking like Wooly, Noob Forever, John Rossums, Hello Internet, Z-Swill, Dilwingo, and Primitive Death TV. And then I was invited to run, and I may be able to run, but instead I think what I'm going to be doing is hosting it and commentating. So I'll be here to commentate the entire run, or the entire race. Yeah, and it should be fun. It should be very fun. Did the slot relay happen? I think these slots, or the FF7 on the relay race is going to be on Sunday. Yeah, so I am really excited about the idea of doing commentary for the whole race. Because, like, the thing about the St. Jude race is that it's like, it's you know, the commentary for that is all right. But that's like a bunch of people doing totally different, like, platforms, as well as, doing different, some people are doing different categories. People have, like, incentives, you know, for donations where they have to do silly stuff that's not fast, right? A lot of it makes it not competitive, which, don't get me wrong, for a charity event, that's fantastic. But, for like an actual competitive race, it'll be really fun to do commentary for. Alright, let her haste up here. There we go. Okay, okay. Oh. I love that critical sound with the gun. Pew! Okay, so looking at this again, And looking at it like a heart, let's just trying to consider all of the wording here. So here we go into Time's Footfalls up here. Here's the strikers. All right. So, I am going to, as usual, I'm going to go in this way. Oh no! Alright, so here we are at the heart. Wow, he did like a 4-hit combo there and I blocked all of them. Alright. From the heart, look north to heaven. Which I sort of think means that we open this door. And we look north. And then we step south. I mean, this is basically the same spot that I was already... that I was already doing. This is like kind of the same thing I was already doing, but I was going further up before, you know? And then they say, walk in Time's footfalls to open the way. Which I don't know if that means actually take walking steps. But it might. And so that's what I'm doing. Oh boy. Get out of my way. There we go. All right. Oh, there's a faster walk. I was... Oh, okay. There's a faster walk. I'm starting to think that the walk detail is not necessary. Open it! Open it! Okay, okay. The deeds you must accomplish there share their place midst the falls. From the heart look north to heaven. From the heart step south to earth. Walk in time's footfalls to open the way. Yeah, it's just a door that has this inscription on it. And so I already gave this quite a bit of attention yesterday, and my thoughts were that the heart must have been the center of the clock, but now I'm feeling that the heart is maybe this heart-shaped negative space in the, you know, in the area here. I was thinking that ultimately it's going to open the pilgrim's door, and that's going to bring us up and behind that waterfall. No, I'm not really sure of anything. What I can tell you, though, is that what I can tell you about the other door that was in this area, the other door talked about time, and we had to run around in circles. I wish I could give you a mouse cursor here, but we had to start on the east side and run around clockwise, opening all the doors of time. And then when we opened the last door, it gave us a confirmation message that the other locked door unlocked. You know, it said like, oh, you can hear a door unlock in the distance or something like that. So it's reasonable to think that we're going to get a confirmation dialogue right when it works. No, Glaz, I have not gotten it yet. But here's kind of the deal. What if... I mean, this is the heart, right? From the heart, look north to heaven, and step south to earth. And what if that just got us through this? That's what I was kind of thinking originally. So, yeah, I'm not really sure if we're supposed to get past this waterfall by doing certain movement, or if we were supposed to, you know, get into the door that's down here, and then that'll go up into this area from behind, you know? Which makes more sense to me, the latter. And so this says, journey heaven and earth in search of the heart, and you will surely reach it. See, this is just so fucking confusing, the way it's written. Journey heaven and earth in search of the heart. That makes me, like, that wording makes me think that it's not this heart right here. It's funny. I really thought that there was a third inscription. Somewhere, but I guess not. Yeah. I am very eager to solve this puzzle. Okay, we've looked north. Both ways. So I can only imagine that the door that goes out west here is what will lead to this room, and that has nothing to do with this puzzle. Also, like, this whole thing, the heart of time and the deeds you must accomplish share their place midst the falls. That just, like, sounds like a bunch of fucking gibberish to me. Like, I really can't tell at all what that is supposed to mean. I get, like, it's saying the thing that we have to do the deeds you must accomplish share their place midst the falls. So I feel like this is saying that, like, the heart of time is in this room, and the thing that we have to do is also in this room or around it, or like very nearby. I feel like it's just telling us that the heart and the thing that we have to do is all takes place very nearby, you know? Just to be sure here, we haven't, like, gotten some kind of dumb item or something, have we? The brig. Okay, what if we go in this way? Maybe just opening that one door was not correct? Like, okay, hang on. What if What if I was super close a minute ago? I just wasn't supposed to open that door. So we're talking like... going in here. We're not even going to go near the door this time. Or maybe there's a way into this heart. You know, they've been saying, like, journey heaven and earth. Maybe there's, like, a little spot in the wall or something where we can actually get in here. You know what I mean? Okay. Feels a bit grindy. I mean, right now I'm trying to solve a puzzle. I wouldn't call this grinding. I wouldn't call this grinding at all. So this is talking about the ascetics door. Okay, okay. So this time I didn't open that other door. We looked north, we stepped south. Now we're walking. But to which exit do we walk? I don't know. Walk in Time's Footfalls. That's the other thing is, it's like, one thing I haven't really talked about is that they refer to Time's Footfalls. I don't know what the hell a footfall is. There's waterfalls here. What if we were to just... What the hell does the word footfall literally mean? You know, of course they're talking fancy language here. This is fancy language, but... Footfall. The sound of footstep or footsteps. Oh. A footfall is the sound? Okay, hang on. I gotta run to the restroom again. Sorry, I've been keeping super hydrated today. Let me get some more water, too. Okay. So I just kind of got to challenge all of the information that I think I know. Which is things like time's footfalls being the falls of time. I feel like that's extremely reasonable assumption to make. We've got what very well might be the heart. You know, which might be this area right here. But when they say from the heart, what are you talking about? Also, I guess the question would be like, they say look north to heaven and step south to earth. I don't know if they're just being very fancy with their terminology. But do heaven and earth have any specific meaning? Or is it just fancily I'm the instruction I'm finding very unclear. And I'm not complaining. I'm just telling you why I'm struggling so much here. Cuz what do you mean look to heaven? What the fuck does that mean that I actually have to do? You know what I mean? And that's like well, I mean, that's the puzzle. What if I'm not even supposed to open the door into the thing? What if we, Oh. So here's one part of the heart. I'm looking up, and I'm leaving. We looked north, and we stepped south. How about that, baby? And then what if we come over here, right? Yo, ding dongus. We're coming up here. We're looking north. Right? And then we're leaving. I'm starting to feel like they're like this whole idea of like look north to heaven, journey heaven and earth. I'm starting to feel like there is a secret passage that leads to the inside of that heart area. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't think that your camera rotation literally matters. I think that they are trying to tell me that there is either they're either just saying that you need to run north only to a point and then come back, or they're trying to hint at me that I need to look up and see something. You know what I mean? But I mean, they're saying from the heart, look up. And if that's the case, which, you know, I don't really know how that helps. Well, as far as hearts go, I mean, this kind of looks like a butt on the map. Remember the part in the new Beavis and Butthead movie where they're in jail and Butthead is asking for the tattoo from the tattoo guy? He's saying, I want a... He's saying he wants a butt on his forehead. And the guy says, are you sure this is what you want? Don't you want like a pair of dice or something? He's like, a pair of dice? This is gonna be on me for the rest of my life, dumbass. Oh, good stuff. From the heart, we're gonna look north here. From the heart, you know, look north. Look north, okay, okay. But step south. And I was thinking, oh wait, is this where I started? Yes. I was actually thinking I was going to go somewhere else here. Okay, what else could it be telling me to look at? I mean, I haven't really explored this area very much. So, you know, chin up. Look at the ceiling, look for clues. Is there a reason that this little nook exists? I don't know. But now, looking at the map real quick, I kind of want to go down this way. Hey, happy 60th hour of Final Fantasy XII. How about that? Nice reflections. The music in this area is really nice. Oh. What's this little spot? I'm sort of just like slightly suspicious of everything right now, you know? Because there is something to this room that I'm not getting, you know? And part of it, I kind of feel like the whole puzzle here is like... sort of based on the fact that there's 5 connections north and 4 accessible connections south, you know? Destiny's March. Like, if I go down here right now, who knows if that, like, if we just accidentally did the right thing. Doesn't look like it, because we didn't get, like, a I don't know what to expect as far as when the trigger is going to be that we did it. Because with the other puzzle, it was when we opened a door that the game was like, "Oh, congratulations. You opened the final door. That was the trigger, you know?" This one feels like the trigger is going to be something like us entering this room. Except what is... I mean... Or the other puzzle all had to take place in this room, which makes me wonder if this puzzle takes place entirely in this room. You know what I mean? I don't think that that's the call. I'm just throwing out lots of things that are to consider, you know what I mean? But what's actually in here, huh? Hypno Crown. Okay. Weapons away. And we really just gotta run our hands along every one of these walls, you know? And really check this place the fuck out. Oh, yeah. Now I can finally rest. Did I know anything about this game before now? I knew that you didn't, like, get into random battles, and that you opened up a menu and selected commands with monsters running around. That's it. That's all I knew. You pushed most of the way through before checking out. I'm having a really great time with it. And like right now, this part might seem kind of dry, what we're doing here. I love this. Because like worst case scenario with this puzzle, I just leave, you know? We just go, I guess I can't figure it out, and I leave, you know? That's worst case scenario. But I am very much enjoying this, this whole thing here. Okay, so you played like all of them up to this one, right? Or you're saying? Crazy. What's up, Scorf? Yeah, 13 was something else. You know, I actually just grew up playing Final Fantasy VII and Tactics. You know, until like, it was in like 2016 that I decided to play all the Final Fantasies, you know? So I started Final Fantasy 1 in 2016. And really my only goal at that point was just to play 1 through 6. I was just like, I'm just going to play Final Fantasy 1 through 6. So I did. I played Final Fantasy 1 through 6, starting in 2016. And then I was like, well, the next one is 7, and that's one that I've been playing my whole life, and I just love Final Fantasy 7 already. So why don't we just play that one, because it's great. And then after doing 1 through 7, then I was like, well, might as well do 8, I guess, and 8 and 9, since those are also kind of classic. Have they now? Was that my look north and my journey south? So this waterfall is still here. When I walked into this room, I was informed that the waterfall locations have changed. When we loaded into this room. Huh. Okay, I hope that I didn't just undo it, you know? I hope I didn't just undo the progress that I made. Okay, okay. I don't know what you would mean by overlordy, dude. I'm just, The last time that I went into the room, the game informed me that the waterfall patterns have changed. So I seem to have, like, accidentally somewhat done something right. Derek, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Trying to solve a puzzle here. Regardless of whether you know or not, you're giving me information. You're giving me your perspective. Meanwhile, I've been trying to solve this puzzle. I've been trying to solve this puzzle for a while. What up, RN Jesus? Yeah, I haven't played Cyberpunk. I saw a few streams of it, and what I really enjoyed watching it was, hey buddy. What I really enjoyed in watching it was people just like driving around it, just like looking at the city, you know? Just looking at the city, basically. Driving around, listening to the metal station on the radio. Yeah. We need that forbidden flesh. Oh. Okay, okay. Sorry, I all of my like previous conversation strings kind of left when the waterfalls changed. The waterfalls have returned to their original course. So I did something wrong. All right, we're getting somewhere. Yes, but this is very good information. From the heart. All right, here we go. We're getting somewhere. From the heart, look north, which, I mean, what I did last time was I ran all the way up here and then ran back down. Sounds good, Scorf. So yeah, that, That, like, the fucking up of it, with the waterfalls, is good, because that is confirmed to us that the waterfalls don't just change over time. So we went from the heart, and then we stepped south. All right, and then I came down this way. So I think I was right about what the heart is. And when they say from the heart, look north and step south, I think that means to enter the... I think that means to enter the Destiny's March from one of the two that is the heart, going north, and then you go south into the Falls of Time, and we go south all the way through the Falls of Time, right? Yeah, when we learned more quickenings, it greatly increased the amount of MP that we have. And I would really love for Balthier to get a third quickening, so that his MP bar can also be bigger. Okay, I'm not sure that this part of the puzzle is necessary, but I did come all the way down here, step south to the Earth. But the Earth might just be the mirror of the soul room. Derek, I've been working on this puzzle for like hours at this point. So I read the words I think it's trying to say, and I'm not reading anymore. Because I'm so close to solving this puzzle on my own that it would be the lamest thing ever to just have someone else solve it for me. I don't care if you've never solved it before yourself. I've never solved it myself either, and I would like to solve it for myself. What happened, Marcus, was, we went into the waterfalls room after doing, like, some movement, and it said that the positions of the waterfalls had changed, and then I zoned out and in again, and it said that they returned to normal, telling me that one time I did the correct thing, and then I did the wrong thing. And so I think I know what that means. So I believe last time I went in the other one way off to the left. But let's see here. So my suspicion is that the waterfalls are going to be changed now. No? Shit. Okay, let's go like a little bit faster this time, trying to do the same thing again. I think I do have to go in the door all the way to the west then. Like, I think it's just a matter of zoning into the correct ones, you know? Which I think we did by going from there all the way over like this. All right, and then coming down this way. And then we're going to go all the way to the very west entrance going north again. So yeah, that kind of initial thought I had a long time ago, that think I had about just the suspicious fact that that all of the that there's, you know, there's 5 exits to the north and 4 on the bottom that we can access is just kind of generally suspicious. Yes. Okay. There we go. So that was from the right side of the heart all the way over and down all the way in here. So now what if we once again say so now they say walk in Time's footfalls to open the way. So I'm not sure if that means that we have to do like the walk in Time's footfalls to open the way. It kind of suggests to me that we don't need to do any more heart stuff. And we need to either exit the one that's right next to us or the middle right one, you know? Like, so we have to come up on this one. So I feel like maybe the whole puzzle is the fact that now we can walk through this spot right here. Which kind of says to me that perhaps... Oh, I was going to say we have to go out this way now, but look, this way is actually blocked. So... So yeah, we can't go in that middle way. And I think I already tried going down this way and it didn't work. So like to me the suggestion of which way to go is what waterfalls are open now. And the only, oh wait, this way is closed off also. So the only entrances and exits open to us now are, that's what we already did, Marcus. That's what we're already doing. But please, we're very close. I don't want someone else to solve it here. If you have an idea, you just keep it in mind, and then be very satisfied when it turns out to be the truth. But please allow me to be the one who solves it. So the riddle said north-south, which we already did. We went from the right side of the bottom point of the heart. We went up, and then we went down, and then down here, all the way around, and then up in here. But now from up in here, we might have to do more heart movement. I'm going to try doing another heart movement, since the only way down that we can go is back where we came or the very right. And we've already done that in the very right. It's, so this is just an experiment. I'm gonna try going... What the hell was that? Oh, that's this. I'm gonna try going, basically doing the same movement mirrored. Mirror of the Soul, perhaps? Wait, is that why it's called Mirror of the Soul? Is because when you go in there, you have to then exit the way that you... Like, the mirrored way? But anyway, this is the look north but step south right here. From the heart, once again. They've returned to their original course, so that's probably not correct. However, what if we mirror right now again? Or wait, maybe them returning to their original course is good, because now we need to mirror like this? Okay, hang on a second. First, we have a Riff Out redemption. Someone has redeemed Riff Out for 3,000 squats. Here you go. That was for Try Me Derek. Jimbo War Guitar has also redeemed Riff Out for 3,000 squats. Seven Marcus has redeemed Riff Out for 3,000 squats. That one's kind of short. I feel like it should go twice. What up, pizza farts? All right. This is also the same song. Oh, all right. So anyway, Gravy Robber has redeemed Riff Out for 3,000 squats. All right. We're going to mirror our... Hang on. We're going to mirror our soul again. Are you guys ready for the soul mirror? Welcome back, Score. No, okay. That did not continue us. Hang on. I gotta run to the bathroom again. I'm sorry, I'm very hydrated today. Be right back. Oh, we are just rinsing out those kidneys. All right. So, okay. So we now know, like, for sure how to begin this part. I've got ideas, baby. I've got ideas. We are gonna have this puzzle solved within the next several minutes, I think. Ah, we can't go in there. Okay. Hang on, let me just make sure. Okay, yep. But sounds good, Glazakino. Thank you for watching. But all right, here we go. We're getting out of here. It's fleeing mode. We are going to solve this puzzle. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. So let's go up here. All right, so here we go. First, we're doing the thing. And the thing is... you go up here. Wait. This isn't the right way. Unless... what if going boom, 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 boom was correct? Then couldn't we walk like that? Oh, wait a second. This might actually be right. I might have been doing it mirrored incorrectly before. Let's try this. What if we... okay, so, sorry if, you know, I'm about to kind of fuck everything up for a second. But, like, this might be the actual... sounds good, Derek. Have a good rest. This might be, this might actually be... No, Scorf. This might unfuck it in a way that you won't even believe. We're on some... if this works, this is some next level shit. Nah. You guys are fucked. check this out. It's from the heart. And then from the heart, we looked north. We stepped south. Now we are mirroring our soul. And now it's time to find out. Will this change the waterfalls? No? Okay. All right. Dude, this is good information. You might be like, Dash, you fucked it up. No. You fucked it up. This is good information. This tells us that the thing that we did first was definitely extremely correct. You know what I mean? Like, this is extreme confirmation, right? What up, Grim? This is extreme confirmation that the thing that we did is definitely very correct. Don't worry, Grim. I have not had anything spoiled. I have done a good job of stopping the reading of any chat messages that seemed like they might have contained information. All right. So here we go. Are you guys ready? It's up here. And then it's over this way. And down here. All right. Hello, Damosine, something like that, you know? Yeah, I like Balthier a lot. All right. And now we go this way. We will unlock the toilet. If the map is a big toilet, then perhaps we can find the ball cock together. This is my first time playing through this game, yes. And so just so you know, this is a strict no backseating, no spoilers kind of environment. And I'm like 2 hours deep into trying to solve this puzzle, and I feel like I'm extremely close, like it's going to be solved within the next 5 minutes. And so I'll be very upset if there's any backseating at this point. We're balls deep in this puzzle. Here we go. Check this shit out. Boom, the waterfalls have changed. And so now we just need to take a walk. So here it is. The waterfalls have changed. And so we just need to take a walk through the falls. And a walk through the falls means that we just have to leave out that same exit that we already left out. Because that's the only one that we can do. You know what I'm saying? So what if we did that? Fuck! Okay. It's also possible that we might have to literally walk through the other area. Or like, what if we go in this way now? Eh? Waterfalls are back to normal, probably. Yeah. Okay, okay, okay. So here we go, you know, here we go. Oh, God. This is a devastating thing to have happened as I ran by. Damosine, thank you for following also. So the last part that we're trying to solve is the part that says walk in time's footfalls to open the way. Thank you, Damosine. It's good to have you here. Alright. So this is going to open the waterfalls again. Alright. In the cutscenes, Balthier has definitely been leading. Okay, here we go. Boom. The waterfalls have changed. So now guess what we do? We literally walk. I'm taking it literally. Here we go. Literal walking. Just gonna see if that opened if I did that. Literal walking. Which is going to be a bit of an issue in a second when these guys start attacking me. Sure hope that still counts. Alright, we did it. We walked. We walked all the way through. I would expect to have already gotten the message that I did it properly. Boom, boom, boom. Walk in time's footfalls. To open the way. I mean, I think we did it. But the door does not seem to be happy with us yet. Did I already try going up here? At this point? I probably did.
Lick my asshole. Asshole.
Yeah, okay. Waterfalls back to their original course. Yada yada. Okay. Okay. We're so close. It's alright, it's all every time that we figure out what we don't have to do, we get closer, you know what I mean? And I'm very glad to have gotten rid of the you have to walk idea, because that's kind of a pain. Alright, alright. So here we go this way. We're going up. What up, Flux? Oh, we're in the middle of this crazy puzzle that I've been trying to solve for like 2 hours. All right, we go down here. Yeah, it's been great. I think you're thinking of Thomas Edison Blazonite, but there you go. That is a famous one. He hasn't failed, he's simply found 500 methods that don't work. Okay, so now we come in here, and this is what is definitely step one. Step one of the puzzle is to make that movement. Boom, we did it. There's that movement. Now, there's got to be some kind of clue to the way that the waterfalls have changed to tell us what to do next. Because what happens is, here we are. We can still get here. We can still... Dragon. Yeah, that fight is weird. We can go that way. We can go that way. We can still access... Like, we can still access, like, all of the, of the upper ways to go. Yeah, you know, the last time that so you definitely don't have to do the trick, right? It's totally optional. Last time I played the game, I, like, had to, though, because fighting him otherwise was such a pain in the ass that I was just like, oh my god, I'm just gonna do the thing. I thought it would be easier to just kick his ass, but it was not. Okay.
So the waterfalls are telling us this is the only other place that we can go, but I've already done that. Walk in Time's footfalls to open the way. How far into the story? We just fought Dr. Sid, and we are supposed to now go to the Feywood in order to get over to Giruvegan. So, yeah, like, part of me thinks that, like, part of me thinks that, like, maybe we do have to do the heart thing again. We did already try that, though. You know, I did the heart thing the other way. Now I don't remember, though. Did that immediately get rid of the falls? Yeah, I remapped the item selection to Y and have the item cancel be select. I just switched the functions of select and Y around. But that's it. Other than that, I use default controls. Walk in Time's footfalls. So the reason that I think so much that we need to go back down is because my suspicion is that when we go down, we're going to get that's when we get the notification that says you hear a door unlocking, right? Because we went down. We went back down into that room. So I just really feel like the only logical solution now is to not go back up here. Because our direction is to walk in Time's footfalls, and this place is called the Falls of Time, right? Now, curiously, though, the waterfalls have adjusted to make it so I can't go into any exits downward, except for the one on the very right. IDKFA. But I've tried that already. I tried IDKFA and IDDQD. What was the no-clip cheat in Doom? Because IDDQD was God mode, right? And IDKFA is full inventory? Or maybe, maybe I've got them mixed up.
It was just ID clip? Oh, really? Okay. Or id clip, I suppose you would say. Is this walking? Is this walking in Time's footfalls? This would be like some Zelda shit, you know? Or like a Castlevania secret. You just gotta walk into it, man. Like, really, what if, though? Walk in the falls. Specifically, I guess this one I would be most curious about. Okay, okay, okay. So our pathway was up the middle, down the right, up the left. Still gonna be so this is still not gonna work, right? Yeah, dude, Castlevania 2 is an awesome game. It's definitely got some decisions in it for sure that are questionable. Ay 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 ay. Oh, okay. Those guys are always there, yeah. I mean, what if we just did it and we try to open the door now? Okay, thought so. I figured that like when we enter this room, I think it's going to tell us that we heard the door unlock. That's going to be the whole thing. I don't think I've tried going back in this one yet.
Lick my asshole. Asshole.
Yeah, return. Okay, return to original course. I really think that means that I really think that returns to their original course means that we see the fact that this waterfall right here goes away in the alternate setting is what really makes it seem like you're supposed to run all the way through. You know? Man, this puzzle's a doozy. We're gonna need to check this out. All right. Here we go. give me... Give me this. All right, all right. We're going to draw this out here real quick. So, part 1 of the puzzle is to go up here, down here, down here, all the way across, and up here. That is what I've discovered thus far. And when you come in here this way, what happens is this waterfall right here goes away, so you can walk through. A waterfall is introduced here and here that stops you from going into either of those. So the idea then that doesn't work is to walk all the way through and go back out this way, right? That's not doing anything for me. The other idea was to then do the kind of the reverse motion of doing this, but I think that took away that made the waterfalls go back to normal when I did that. But I may have to try that again just to be sure. The other thing is when we come down this way, we can't go up here, we can't go in here. I don't think. Definitely can't go in here. So now, another thing to consider is, one thing that I was thinking is, if we went this way, out here, and around, and if that worked, then we could, like, well, I guess I don't know. What if we're supposed to, like, draw a heart? Like, we go this way, come down like this, go around, and then go up in this one and come down like this. Like we drew a heart. Wouldn't that be stupid? Is that just so stupid that it might be correct? What up, Jimmy? Jimmy McGinger. Raiding on in, how's it going? Oh, all right. How's Final Fantasy XII? Fantastic. I am in the midst of a puzzle the likes of which I've never seen. Sort of. We're in the middle of a very difficult, very cryptic puzzle. And I am really, really enjoying it. So anybody who's just joining, if you know the solution to this puzzle or have any ideas, do not throw them out there. Please, please. We've been at this puzzle for a couple hours, and I would very much like to finish it. I don't think that this whole draw a heart idea is going to work. But what if it did? Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something? Yeah, man, and it didn't work. So, you know, we have to try a couple more wrong things. I think it's one of the wrong things that's going to work. Okay. So now, there we go. The course of the waterfalls has changed. Now, we are going to finish drawing the heart. We're going to finish drawing a big heart with our movement by going up here. And down here. All right, let's see it. They have returned to their original course. You hate to hear it. Okay, okay. That's the thing, is that might not even necessarily mean that it's wrong. But I think it does. It's reasonable to think that it does. There's actually another thing I would like to try. What if we went through this one? Okay, so we are... Because this is even more like we're drawing a heart, but not really. Alright, I have a feeling that this will not work, but, you know. You know what's kind of funny about as far as the hands go and as far as my like hand health is holding R2 to flee is actually kind of painful. It's like making my tendons flare up a little bit here. Everything else about this has been fine. Like, my thumbs are recovered, are pretty well recovered to work these analog sticks just fine. But, like, holding a shoulder button is kind of annoying. Okay, so that did not do anything. Very good to know. Very good to know. That's a good question. It would appear not. But I can just rest my hand like this instead. Now I don't have access to the right analog stick, but that'll be fine. But Jimmy, what were you up to today? More game development, perhaps? Thank you for raiding on in, bringing people over here. Okay. This also kind of looks like a heart right here. Yeah, when I played Diablo 3, I used it like a Naga mouse, you know? So I had all of my functions and stuff just all on my mouse, and I could play the game almost entirely right-handed. Now, it was good. It was more useful, though, to use my left hand just to hold the shift key to lock in place when I wanted to, you know? But other than that, it was all right-handed. And then I had my potion on spacebar, so I could just panic smack my spacebar to use a potion, you know? I'm still somewhat into the idea of just walking straight into a waterfall and having it do something. Okay, so here's my... Let's have another thing here. The think once again is that we absolutely must have to walk past this threshold. Because this is a threshold that we can pass that we couldn't pass before. You know what I mean? And so whatever it is we have to do must be on this side. You know, must be on this side of things. And it does not appear to be this. So those guys that fight you aren't here this time. Which kind of makes me think that we should try this again. Because I'm not getting like attacked out of the walking animation this time, like I was last time. So there you go, we walked through again. However, it did not give me any confirmation. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that one's fucked. Okay, so now I super mega don't think that you have to literally walk. I got LASIK, yeah. All right. I just always thought I looked better without glasses, and I sort of had an issue where, like, when I get out of the shower, I really hated the feeling of wearing glasses when I had moisture behind my ears, you know? And so now I don't have to deal with that anymore. Which is kind of a small thing, but it was kind of a big thing, too. Okay, okay. Walk in time's footfalls to open the way. So, I'm going to try going through here. And then... And then what else? We know that going down that way doesn't work. So, am I supposed to go up? Like... It sounds strange again to have to go up. And if we do that, which way do we come back out? Back out the heart way? I don't know. I'm gonna try it though. Or wait. Okay, I'm going to try this one first. We're going to do a couple of things here that we just got to try real quick. Yes, squats. Couple of things to try real quick. This isn't good game design? I'm having a great time. This is a puzzle that I will never forget. And this is also completely optional from what I can tell so far. So, like, if you were playing and you didn't like this, then you would just leave. So, this is just fine. How many copies? No idea. What up, King Dweeb? Alright, here we go. Like, yeah, if I wasn't enjoying doing this puzzle, I would leave. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Thinking of the average player, I mean, if your argument is that the game design is bad because the average player doesn't consider their options, I don't consider that to be the fault of the game at all. In fact, the game sort of urges you not to do this. Like, when you read the door inscription, it basically says, don't do this. But if you feel like you have to, here's the hint. That's like what's written on the door. Essentially. Alright, alright. I'm gonna try the other one here. What if we go this way? I am a little bit worried that I've, like, done something else fucky. Okay, and now we come this way. Okay. So what if, right? What if we walked through, we came down here. Like I do kind of wonder if there's just another part of the puzzle. Like, walking through the footfalls is correct. And then once I get down here, there's like another thing to do. So our two clues, I mean, in our new context, let's kind of read these here real quick. This one is kind of worthless. It just says, "The pilgrim's door holds not for you." But here we go. Journey heaven and earth in search of the heart, and you will surely reach it. Okay, so I'm thinking... Oof, yeah, I don't know. Well, we have one gigantic lead, which is that I found movement that changes the waterfall locations. So that then becomes the question of, do those waterfall locations inform us of what we have to do next? Or do they, or do I have to get them to change again? No! Okay, thank you. Okay. The heart of time and the deeds you must accomplish share their place amidst the falls. Yup. From the heart, look north to heaven. From the heart, step south to earth. Oh, but that's what we already tried to do. The other thing I was thinking of a second ago. So what we did was we looked north by going up into the norther room. Then we stepped south by coming all the way down here. Now this room is called Mirror of the Soul. And if you mirror your movement here by going up the very left instead of you know, instead of, like, in the very right. Then the waterfalls change. But this is like the information that we found an hour ago. Okay. But that's my idea of look north, step south, mirror, walk in time's footfalls to open the way. Which just makes me think that there's something here I haven't seen yet. So, new idea, which is like really fucking examine this room now. Because here's this thing now, which says the same thing. But, like, maybe there's something we can reach with the waterfalls gone that I haven't realized. Alright, alright. We're hugging all the walls here. We've got all the walls majorly hugged. Now, I'm almost sure I already did a thing also where I... where I, like, did the heart movement again, but starting from the left side this time instead of the right. But here's kind of a idea. Just to kind of mess with it, right? Is what if we did the same movement again? It's probably going to tell us that we messed the you know, that we messed the waterfalls up when we come back out here. But then if we go through the mirror area again, I wonder if it'll reset the waterfalls. You know what I mean? Like, basically what I'm testing here is, okay, so right now it's about to probably tell me that the waterfalls have returned. Indeed it has. So the question is, does the puzzle restart at this point? Or is it still keeping track of the fact that I just did the other thing? Okay, so this is the moment, right? Is like, is it going to change the waterfalls now? It does. Okay. Interesting. Whew, this is crazy. And what's crazier is my right wrist is starting to burn, so I like can't in good health even continue to check this much longer today. Which is really too bad, because in normal health I would just be like, fuck it, let's, you know, go a little bit late today and keep jamming it. But today I'm being like physically held back by this wrist problem. Yeah, I mean, I think this shit's great. Like, my biggest suspicion is just that there is something in this room right now that I have to do, you know? And I know I've repeated this a bunch of times, but specifically, it's like, I feel like the thing, this is just this, right? There's not another thing to exclamation points around here. Here, hang on a second. While we're in here, let's just... Furthermore, I'm just like putting my game design cap on, right? The fact that this waterfall is gone, I'm finding to be very significant. Because if we have to enter from the left, and then this waterfall is gone, it just says to me that the solution is on this half of the room. And it's gonna be here, right now. It's like, we can do it right now, whatever it is. We can currently do it. Do it. But if the puzzle so far has been zoning in and out from the right locations, then I also... Like, okay, so the other thing that I'm fighting with is that I imagine, since the puzzle is zoning in and out from the right spots, and we get the update about the waterfall as we enter this place, then I imagine we're going to get an update that the door unlocked when we zone back into this place, you know? So that's, like, ultimately what I'm trying to figure out here, is, like, from where are we supposed to now zone back to the bottom? I've already gone down here. I've tried that like 4 times. The only other way that we can zone back to the bottom area is from the zone barrier that we came from. And so... And so I'm doing it. We're going to zone back in this way. After we walked around. But this does not appear to be correct, because I think we would have already gotten confirmation that we did it. But in the interest... Okay, there's a couple other things to research, though. Like, okay, so let's say we go all the way over, right? Just like we've been doing. We go all the way over here. We zone up right here. My suspicion is that this is going to put everything back to normal. And it's fucked. Return to their original course. Yes. So now we go down here. And if we were to mirror without doing that, like, dumb heart movement... Then let's see what it says. Oh boy. Okay. So this is here. I don't imagine this is going to give us any kind of... Wait. That did change the waterfalls. So you're telling me that the waterfalls change just when we go around the mirror? Balthier, just do it. Just fucking do it. Okay, so that is new information. It turns out that my journey from top to bottom actually doesn't matter. It's going through the mirror that changes the waterfalls. What? This actually kind of makes me more confused, because now I'm back to not knowing what the Heart of Time is. I swear. Didn't one time... Hang on, now I'm super confused. Because I swear, one time, didn't I go like this and it didn't work? No, that didn't happen. What happened was I went like this and it didn't work. So this doesn't work, but this does. What if we went like this? And you could say that that is what drawing a heart is? I mean, that's like drawing a heart, kinda, making that motion. Okay. What if we tried that? What if it turns out that it's all these two rooms and the top room isn't even involved really? All right, so to try that though, we have to zone in order to re-originate the waterfalls. I think I'm onto something here. Oh, whoops. We have to go... Alright, check this out. We gotta go this way. Oh, man. Yeah. I think we were just on a... Essentially, we were just on like a bad... a false... I had a false positive for a long time there. That was a hell of a red herring. This whole dumb upper movement. So... Blind, nah. Okay. So here we go. What if we went... What was my drawing? Yeah. We're gonna go down in here. All right. Left and around. Left up this way. All right. We are the heart, is what is happening here. We are the heart. We're drawing it with our movement. Down like this. Perhaps, though... I don't know. Let me hang on. Let me not say too much here. What up, IHQMD? This still looks the same. I'm looking north and stepping south. Okay, that did not seem to trigger the reaction I was hoping for. Right, we went down here, up here, down here, up here. I mean, we wouldn't have to, like, go this way, would we, specifically? Probably not. I don't think that's being paid attention to. I think what matters is the zone, 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 right? But the only thing that actually officially the only thing that has an effect that we've noticed, so we're down to this. This is the only thing I know of that does anything. But what we did just do was this. So, you know, I don't know. Yeah, I'm getting kind of hungry too, actually. So one thing of note then is that the waterfalls were just changed. So now they'll be unchanged. Okay. It's time for more experimentation real quick. This should not affect them. Correct. And now this should change them, and that's our new information. This is the new information we have, is that this will change them. Okay, so let's do some other stuff. Let's go back in, right? Nothing I've seen from the North Zone affects it at all, not yet at least. So that, yep, that, okay, so that did nothing. Now, what if we come down this one? From this state, I don't think that this is going to do anything. But this is part of the big experiment. What order am I doing them in? The only thing I know of that does anything is to go south from the rightmost and then back in to the leftmost. So now I'm just trying to reverse that. So we're just going to go this way instead. Wait, why did that... What? Didn't I zone back... Oh, shit. I think I messed something up. Well, that's fine. I wanted to test something else anyway. But, like, I thought that they were already back in their original place. That's why I tried to, like, zone back in and out. That might actually be really important. But here, what if we go from right to left on the more inner ones? Because I've only tried left to right on the inner ones. I haven't tried right to left. Okay, so right to left on the inner ones has not done anything. And now... So they're back in their original places. Let's go left to right on the outer ones. It might... Oh, you know what? I've got another idea. So the puzzle says to look north and step south. I bet that means that we're always supposed to be... We're probably always supposed to be zoning out of the same one that we came in when we go in the north spot. Because it's look north, step south. But anyway, let's see. Okay, yeah, see, that didn't do anything. So now, so we've looked north, right? So okay. So this changes them once. Okay. But now we leave. And now, last time I zoned back in here, did it really not change anything? They stay changed. That's weird. Yeah, they're staying changed. Okay. So last time we went back in here, and then we went all the way to the right, and it returned them to normal. So if we pop back in here like this is probably gonna restore everything to normal, but I just want to check. Yeah. Huh, okay. I might be off here with this whole, like, just popping in and out kind of idea. Is this the Heart of Time, by the way? Because there's also, like, a heart right here where the door is. Oh my god, hang on, there's a bunch of asses that need to be kicked right real quick. Oh, hang on, I'm getting a phone call. Hello? All right. We're getting dinner sorted. Okay. So, what the hell was I doing? I wanted to see if, like, what is this thing? This thing's been bugging me. Whoa. Oh my god, camera. I just want to look at the stalactite. Okay. Look north to heaven. Step south to earth. Walk in time's footfalls to open the way. What? I wish these imps... I wish there weren't status ailments in this area. I could just equip stuff that gets rid of them. Hey, actually, speaking of accessories, oh my God, look at these license points. All right, so what the hell are we gonna do here? Fran is maxed out on magic. So let's come down here and like max out her bows. There we go. That's like max bows, I think, probably. Something like that. And then we can get her like max mystic armor. She's at 8 right now. Here's 10. A $20 Amazon Fire tablet. Oh yeah. All right, we got Mystic Armor 11. Where's Oh, hang on though. Oh, here we go. Mystic Armor 12 with the circlet and lordly robes. Neat, neat. So she's got top Mystic Armor, top bow. If we went over to Ash, she could use... Well, I kind of want to see this Ensanguined shield as well as the Zodiac shield. But then, yeah, heavy armor me up. Heavy armor. Heavy armor. Heavy armor 10. There it is. Ooh, and what's the... Genji armor. Oh, interesting. Hang on, hang on. I gotta run to the restroom again. I'll be right back. Oh, okay, okay. You guys ever read the Tale of Genji by, I think, Murasaki Shikibu? I tried to read it in like high school, but it was far too slow paced for me. I don't really read books though. I'm not really a reader, so it's not super surprising. What do we do with this other 500? I guess, Fran needs to unlock the ribbon. Yeah. Okay, does everybody have the ribbon unlocked now? Yes. So everyone's got the ribbon unlocked. So it'll be very nice, when possible, to get that on everybody. Balthier has 1,200 LP? Hang on a second. What's the deal? Okay. Well, he's usually using guns. Here's guns 4. Let's try to find guns 5 here. Oh, a quickening! Hello! Alright, Balthier just got his 3rd quickening. So now, as I desired, all 3 of my characters have 3 quickenings each now. Here's the ultimate gun. Alright, cool. The AUG Darkblade. Whoa. Alright, so she got Excalibur already. As far as, like, fancy shit goes. Alright, Balthier. I think you can also handle heavy armor. Oh, yeah. I've got license points coming out of my ass. Alright. And hail! He can even learn Genji armor. Okay.
Lick my asshole. Asshole.
You're goddamn right. I mean, he's still got 300 license points. So I kind of feel like maybe we should start exploring the space a little bit more. Like, okay, so Fran's got bows 6, but what if there's like... What if there's like an ultimate bow, you know? It might be right here even. Here, take axes and hammers 1. Is there ultimate bow right here? No. Okay. So now Balthier can start learning about katanas. Yeah, from as far as I know, you do not have to license ammunition. Great swords. Katanas 3. Katanas 4. And there's the... Oh! The Masamune! Oh, and Sagittarius. There's the ultimate bow. Alright, so yeah, Fran, we want to work over here to get this. And then Balthier, at some point, I feel like he's going to be... Is that a bug or something? I don't know. You just don't got to worry about ammo. Ooh, the Save the Queen. Now, all of a sudden, I want to start weebing Balthier out. We're going to get him the Genji armor. We're going to get him the Masamune. Oh, my God. He's going to be my little Sephiroth. Until then, though, let's continue whatever the hell I was trying to do. Oh my God, look at all that Balthier MP now. It's beautiful. Yeah, we've been in this cave for a significant portion of the stream. But, like, what if I solve the puzzle? I'm honestly fighting guys to get MP back right now. Okay. So step number 1. Step number 1 is to make this motion. Hang on, Fran really wants to haste up here. And I feel like step 2 is to just figure out the motions on the top side to make, right? We got to go through the top side now. And so, what would that most logically look like? Going through the top side. Maybe we go through the middle, go in the right side, and come out the left? Like we drew a big hourglass? Hourglasses are time themed. And again, why do I think that we need to go through the middle? Because they opened the middle up for us, which is not normal. So if we have to go into the top now, I mean, the other thing is maybe we have to go down the center, like, have I already tried? Now that we've gone down the right and then into the left, what if we go down the right and then into one of the other two? I think I've already tried that. So, right now, this is an hourglass drawing attempt. But like I was saying, I think we can narrow down the way that we're supposed to go down to either the bottom right or the top right or the middle top right. Because those are the ones that are beyond the waterfall that went away for us from doing step 1. You know what I'm saying? So let's try this one. And I think, why don't we just do the opposite of what we already did? But on the top. And that, you know, the only kind of weird thing is that means we have to open these doors and go through this room. Which seems like it might not be, you know, exactly right. All right. Okay. It's on Monday, my doctor's appointment. They seem to have returned to their original course. Okay. All right. That's fine. So, that just means we now, we gotta try something else this time. What if, okay, what if I'm still on the draw a heart idea, and we draw the heart. I guess it would have to be like this. You know, something like that. Let's try something like that. What up, Joe Schmo? Joe Schmo, I've been like stuckish. I've been stuck on this puzzle for like hours. It's great. It's the greatest thing. If this were a modern video game, I would have been not even stuck on the puzzle. I would have been like just barely into trying to solve it, and after 30 seconds, the character would have said out loud to themselves how to solve the puzzle and ruined it. Hang on a second, Fran. Fran, you got a Poisana. Ash, you got a Blindna. Whoa, no, not Blindna. Oh no, I meant Vox. All right, here we go. Now, Scorf, I appreciate your attempt at humor here. But let's not give anybody else any ideas. Let's not accidentally give the idea that hints are actually welcome here. Because honestly, the joke is so stupid that someone might not even realize it's a joke.
Thank you.
Yeah. I am starting to worry, though, that this place being full of enemies is, like, I mean, we're level fucking 51. I was probably level, like, 46 when I started trying to do this puzzle. Alright, here we go. It is time to once again initiate the puzzle, which is to go down here, and then this time we're gonna run again. We're gonna go fast again. Yeah, there's something weird to it, where if we leave from that door, the room to the north that we zoned into, if we leave to the south from that door, and then we re-enter that room from this door, it rearranges the waterfalls. And this is as far as I've gotten so far. So, it's time to figure out, it is now time to figure out what the next piece of action is. The next piece of ass on this puzzle, if you will. And so, yeah, I believe that a combination of entrances and exits is going to, ultimately is going to unlock the door. What up, Brad? So, now, we're gonna go in here. How's the hands? They're okay. I'm getting a little wrist action today that's not good. But otherwise, they're kind of better than they have been today.
Alright, and now we're going this way. Yeah, right. When you were 15, you looked it up. Or you might have just not done this puzzle. It appears to be completely optional. Like, I'm already done with this dungeon. We've fought the boss. We went to the next place, you know. So you may have just not even... You may have just not even done it. Alright, what if we do that? Right? Eh? But, Alright, let's... So what this is going to do is it's just going to rearrange the waterfalls again. Like we already know. We already tried the, We already tried the hourglass solution. So, perhaps... Alright, so now we're going to get waterfalls have changed. There we go. And so now... We're going to go back to my, like, original idea. Where we have to cross this threshold. And then, so we did hourglass. But what if we do this one instead? Now I'm just kind of throwing shit at the wall, though, a little bit, you know? I don't even get it. Make sure Fran has second kicker? I don't even know what that means. Like multi-kicker? The Magic the Gathering mechanic? Dude, if we could have Balthier shirtless. Alright, so here's original waterfalls again. So what have we tried? Let's talk about some things that we've tried. This is the first move, and then we've tried hourglass like this, you know? Which is really just an 8. We've tried, like, doing a heart shape like this. We've tried this. We've tried... You know, one thing would be to try to go back down here and try each one of them individually. You know? Except this middle one doesn't count. That doesn't exist. Which I think that that's something that I've accidentally tried already. But that's kind of all we have time for here is to just
go through something stupid like that. But okay, so let's, I mean, just running in circles is kind of weird. But it seems important to... It seems important to try. Sorry, I was thinking about Bikini Ash for a second there. But alright, we're gonna go... I'm having to hold R2 with my palm. Just like resting my just like resting my palm on R2 so I'm not having to use my tendons anymore to hold down this button. Okay. I have not seen... R2 is what triggers the fleeing, which makes it so that our characters won't stop to keep on reapplying buffs, and also won't stop to, you know... They won't stop to take their weapons out when enemies are around and stuff. Okay. So, I am almost positive... I am almost positive that I have already done the movement of now going through this door. But I'm trying to be thorough here. And make sure that we're organizing our different attempts in a way where I remember what they were. You know what I'm saying? So now is back down here. And we're going to run all the way across. But I also sort of wonder if, you know, if this move is the correct first move. But then, like, I'm not even supposed to zone back into the Falls of Time at all. You know? And then I'm just supposed to do something else. Alright, here we go. So, we're gonna get the message that the waterfall's changed. No, I haven't messed around with the PlayStation. You know what's funny? Is it turns out that I actually seem to have gotten incorrect information about the 79K being best for Final Fantasy VII. Apparently it's the 77K that is Final Fantasy VII capable. Which then means so basically though what that means is, you know, I can take this 79K that it turns out worked. You know, it turns out that this 77K or 79K that I got for $30, it turns out it just works. And so I can sell it at the price of a working one now. So that's nice. Oh, you have a 77K? Well, shit, maybe we could just trade. Hey, buddy. This isn't, I don't know about MD's testing, but what I know is that Zeal and Dummy Bear run on 77Ks. But I mean, I don't, you know, how much of a difference it actually makes, I'm not sure. I think that's what either MD is testing, or I'll have to do some tests of my own. Oh shit, that's right. Yeah, from what I've heard, 90Ks are generally the fastest to play PS1 games on. Just in general. However... Oh yeah, that's true, Joe. But yeah, I've heard that there's a little bit of variation between games. And I've also heard that the 90Ks might be incompatible completely with some games. But I'm not sure. I don't know what game specifically that would be. But I think I've heard, you know, that like okay, hang on. You are gonna Stona, and you are gonna Stona. And then we're gonna go down this way. Yeah, have you seen any of MD's testing, Marcus? Because I feel like something like that was what he was doing, but I'm not sure. All right, here we go. Whoa, I got really confused there when I saw Joey Mousepad say the thing about Discord. I like assumed it was Joe Schmo, because I just read the Joe part and I was like, what are you talking about? I do have a Discord though, if that's your kind of thing. And I don't like that kind of thing. Okay. Oh, gotcha, Marcus. Okay. Yeah, basically, I would like to record a little bit of FF7 gameplay between a 77K and a 90K, and like measure the loading times down to the frame between all kinds of different screen transitions, battle transitions, all that kind of stuff, you know, and see what kind of truth there is to it. Oh yeah, okay, this is interesting. So entering again from the left side did not reset the waterfalls. Entering from the left, like going out and in a second time did not change the waterfalls. I'm starting to feel like we still were very close to the solution a long time ago. Oh, Magic, you're falling. See, if we do this, so this is not gonna reset the waterfalls. And hang on, Poisana you. Poisana you. And if we zone out and back in right here, this also won't change the waterfalls, right? Okay. So if we zone out and in right here, this will change the waterfalls. Okay. Now, what if we zone out and in on the left here without doing the entire big run across the bottom? Zone out. Zone in. Zone out. Zone in. Okay. So nothing absolutely insane is happening. What if... So now I need to figure out, does it specifically have to be zoning out the right and in the left? I'm sort of going back to basics here a little bit because I'm so weirded out by like, no matter what happens, as long as you zone back in on the left, it's, you know, it's fine. It doesn't reset the waterfalls. Okay, yeah, see, that's not changing them. Oh boy. Indeed, this puzzle has captured my attention. More than anything else has in a while. Oh my, a 4-hit combo. Yet he didn't do any damage? Yeah. Okay. Interacting with things in this game can be a little annoying, the way that, like, you have to, if she starts putting her sword away or something, it doesn't let you interact during that time. You can't interact while you're fleeing, which then also means that when you release flee, she starts to take her weapon out, so you can't interact with the thing until she's done. And then she has to put her sword away in order to actually do the interaction. It's very clunky. The little rules that they put on when you can interact. Hang on. I was going to test something else. Which that's now to go this away. And the expectation is for this to do nothing. Okay. So now, I think we got to go this way. And oh boy, I am very warm with Cat on me. Okay, Cat's leaving. Cat is warm as well. But yeah, we have just a crazy amount of, we've gotten a crazy amount of license points from doing all this. Even if we're not, you know, getting experience anymore, which is totally fine. I mean, we are, but, like, you know, not really significant experience anymore. Totally fine. All I care about are the license points. And we are getting a shitload. There is something I would like to check real quick. Something I just haven't looked at in a long time is the bestiary. Does this thing say what things morph into or anything like that? Bundle of needles? What? Okay, what about wolf? Nothing's blue here. Okay, yeah, this isn't... Actually, this isn't a lot of information about these things. Does XP scale? I don't really know about those mechanics. It did seem earlier, though, like enemies did start to give less experience when they were a lower level. But I'm not sure if that was just me reading it wrong. Or just being incorrect. Alright, alright. Yeah, it looks nice. Not a lot of info, though. I was hoping to see, like, what do they drop? What do they poach into? You know, that kind of thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, if XP doesn't scale, then yeah, it's just the usual RPG thing of it, of the same amount of XP just becoming less valuable over time. Okay. So we exit this room. We run all the way through here. And we go into this room. Journey heaven and earth in search of the heart, and you will surely reach it. So, after, here's what's tripping me out, right? Probably Tibodon. Well, I mean, I might have to come back to it tomorrow, though, because my wrist is kind of killing me, and it's dinner time, and it's almost 7 p.m., and I've been going for over 8 hours, right? Might have to come back to it tomorrow. But I'm going to solve this fucking puzzle. So, down and then up does something, but what's weird now is that whether we leave either way, as long as we come up the left side, it doesn't punish us. Which makes me think that, like, well, I don't know. There's just something we have to do with the top layer now, right? But, oh man, it's just, it's crazy how I just can't, yeah, far right to far left, which makes sense because the area is called Mirror of the Soul, which, you know, suggests that you have to mirror. And then this one is called Destiny's March. But yeah, it's crazy how I'm looking at this and I just have no fucking clue. Like I accidentally sort of figured out the first half or the first part of it, and I have no clue what to do next. Unless, I mean, and I'm sort of getting back to my, original idea now. So here's what's tripping me out really badly. Is that it's like, okay, so I'm starting to think things like, oh, what if I have to go up this way and then back down? But like I said, the fact that the waterfalls are already changed confuses me. Because it means that we must have to do something with the change of the waterfalls that we've already seen. Which means it's got to be something on the right side of the room that we're supposed to do, because that's what we have access to now. And so I've tried going in the right and going all the way left. I've tried going in the right and going to the middle. Well, yeah, I've done that, Marcus. That's what I'm describing right now, is the fact that if once you do this and the waterfalls change, the thing that it opens up, the thing that it actually does, is it opens up this middle spot right here that's normally blocked. Normally you can't get through here without zoning, which makes me think that it has to be something with one of these, right? Because this right here is blocked. And so I've tried everything from this one, and I think that that one is now ruled out. I've tried a couple things from the top right one. I've tried going like this, and I've tried going like this. And neither of those worked. So I could try going to this one. But what kind of bugs me about that is just the fact that I don't know why I would try that, other than the fact that I haven't yet. You know, but I don't really see the logic of it. It's also possible that I'm supposed to go back down, but I'm supposed to go further down or something like that, you know? But yeah, all signs point to it's supposed to be on the north and it's supposed to be to the right. I've already tried, but the thing is, I don't even know if zoning is supposed to be what I'm supposed to even be doing anymore, though. You know what I mean? Like, for all I know, the puzzle is in here now, and I'm supposed to just figure something out in here. Now that we've done the waterfalls, you know? Like, because what are the waterfalls going to change again? I think so. I think that is what it is. They're going to change again. Right, you gotta count the waterfall glows. And try your best not to call it an elevator. You know what I've always, like, had an issue with doing accidentally? Is calling ladders elevators. For some reason, anytime I try to refer to a ladder in a game, I always accidentally say elevator. But okay, so I have not done this combination yet. And this put them to their original positions, as we would expect. Pinello? Pinello sucks. She has no reason. She has even less reason to be in the party than Vaughn has. Like, Vaughn has no good reason to be in this game. He's just like... He's just there. He's just tagging along for no reason. Other than that, like, he's following around Sky Pirate Balthier because he wants to be a Sky Pirate. And his brother was killed by... His brother was killed, right? And it's like, okay, he has no bearing on what's actually happening. And then Penelo? Even more so, she's just Vaughn's fucking friend. We're getting into, like, friend of a friend of a friend territory with why Penelo is even a character. Alright. Friends. This is all I have time for today. Yeah. Well, a lot of the time, you know, yo, Senator Gorgeous, it's doing okay. A lot of the time in an RPG, you have a character that just kind of likes the adventure, and so they go along with it, and then they find themselves to be a good leader, you know? Like, oh, they're the leader of the party, right? Like Final Fantasy VII, for example, right? Well, I mean, well, not really. He was in the party because he's a mercenary, right? He was a paid mercenary. But then all of a sudden things get really intense with something from his past that's very important. And that, okay, Final Fantasy VII, bad example, because that game has a great main character. Okay. I'm saying if your main character is the main character just because, you know, they like the sense of adventure, and so they're going out on an adventure. Something's got to happen to spark them to be a leader in this great plot that's happening. And that has not happened with Vaughn. He's just tagging along. The party leader is Ash or Balthier, you know? One of those two. Oh. What's with the... Oh, yeah. Now I'm remembering when we first got here. All right. Yo, Turtle. You have found us at the end of today's show. I did all the puzzling I could. I did as much as I could. And I was unable to solve the puzzle today. However, we did make one step of progress, which is finding, like, the first zoning pattern that you need to do in order to get the waterfalls to do something, right? So that's very important. We found that one thing, which is a big deal. I just really thought that, you know, that I was going to get the rest of it in no time because we found the thread. We found the thread to pull, you know? But alright, taking a look around. Who all is streaming today? You guys know Morningcraft? He's playing Clock Tower 3. He's been doing Clock Tower 3 speed runs. If you guys like real hardware, retro streams, if you like Final Fantasy VII or Final Fantasy in general, if you like speed runs, you know, whatever the case, Morningcraft, great streamer. Go check him out. Hang out, have fun. Enjoy your nights. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching today.